Okay, today is December 11, 2021, and the Tucson Astrologers Guild is proud to present three of our members, Susie Cox, Dale O'Brien, and Tom Withey, with their rendition of what we can look forward to this coming year. Susie Cox is our well-known internationally and at home. She's written 7 books. She will lead off. Then we'll have Dale O'Brien, also well-known, spoken at many conferences, well-known for his astrocartography work, and his articles have appeared in Mountain Astrologer magazine. And then Tom Withey, the tech guy that keeps us running here at the Tucson Astrologers Guild, who has a wealth of information to share with you from his research into what astrologers have been saying about this these times for aeons. Okay, with no further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Susie so she can take it away.
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Can you see my screens?
Looks good.
Yes.
Okay, we're all good. All right. Okay, so preview of 2022. I'm so glad that everybody is here. We've got a really good turnout, and I'm very excited about it. I'm kind of previewing the year, setting it up so I can hand it over to both Dale and Tom, and they're going to go more in depth. So we're a great team for you guys. Okay, so table of contents. So this is basically what I'm going to be going through today. And planetary alignments, how the planets are connecting with each other through the year. The moon's nodes are in the process of changing signs right now, and that happens about every year and a half. So that's a big deal. Chinese New Year for this next year. Retrogrades, we have Mercury, of course, retrogrades 3 times a year, 3 weeks each time. Venus and Mars are more rare, but we have all 3 retrogrades this year. I'm going through the eclipses, visible planets, ingresses, when a planet enters a new sign, and I'm just staying with the outer planet ingresses, and the future. I wanted to kind of top it off. I couldn't just stop with 2022, guys. I had to go up further in the future, so that's going to happen. All right. Before I get going, I wanted to take a look at the chart. So this is a chart for January 1st. I did 9 a.m. Tucson, Arizona. Now, just so everybody knows, I use the 0 Aries rising for most of my charts. I could take the rising sign off of it. It really isn't necessary. I love the 0 Aries rising because you can really focus on the aspects. And so this is a big Capricorn grouping, that's happening going into the first of the year. Sun, Venus, Mercury. Of course, the slow one over there is Saturn, or is Capricorn. So Capricorn's right at the tail end of Capricorn. Pluto is right at the tail end of Capricorn. So that's the Capricorn grouping. The big thing that's happening this year is here are the nodes. Look at 29 degrees. 29 degrees, so they have just entered the new sign. Of course, the signs now, the nodes, of course, always go retrograde. So we've just had recently, the last year and a half, we've had the North Node in Gemini, the South Node in Sagittarius, and I write articles on all of these, and I call that the learning on demand. North Node in Gemini, learning on demand, which was interesting because that's right when all the schools went hybrid. So they were part in school and part online. So I think that was fascinating. So that's a big change that's happening. And also we also have this Saturn square Uranus, and Saturn's got a 30-year orbit, Uranus 84-year orbit. They don't square very often. It's happened 3 times. Saturn kind of did a retrograde across Uranus, and that happened 3 times. And in the ephemeris, at least, it says, oh, it's all done. It's not all done yet. They might not join exactly to the minute, but they join to the degree as far as their squares. So that's an ongoing thing that's going to be happening. And Jupiter has just entered Pisces over here. Neptune, of course, has been in Pisces for a while. And that's the overall picture. Now, okay, let's just move on. We've got a lot of information here. All right, so here we have planetary alignments, Saturn square Uranus. And, you know, Saturn is, let's see, Saturn square Uranus, okay. I'm kind of frozen up here for some reason. That is weird. Oh, here we go. All right. So Saturn square Uranus, and it happened in 2021. The first time it happened was February 17th. The second time it happened was June 14th. The third time was coming up December 24th. Now, Saturn is Mr. Responsibility. Accomplishing things, getting things done is associated with Capricorn. Saturn is the rule maker. He likes to kind of maintain the status quo, where Uranus is the rule breaker, right? Saturn maintains the old. Uranus wants to break the rules and create the future. So they don't really resonate with each other very well. I mean, you know, they're really kind of opposites as far as how their styles. And you know, good word for Saturn is mandates. I mean, rules, regulations. So this last year, I mean, how many mandates? That seems to be the word of the year, mandates. And Uranus is really about revolution. Uranus is about, I call Uranus the rebel. So Saturn's Mr. Responsibility and Uranus is the rebel. You know, they're trying to figure out how the ideal here is to, you know, make changes in the future without throwing the baby out with the bathwater, right? Maintaining some of the old, but moving it into the future. So that's really the trick with these planets. And it's not done yet, guys. Because when I was preparing for this, I was looking through all the eclipses and just kind of doing the eclipses through the year. And then I realized in October and November, this is October and November 2022, Saturn and Uranus square again. So I'm going to be bringing this up a little bit later, but we have the midterm elections in November 2022, and it's right during that Saturn square Uranus. So building up to the elections are going to be conflicts. Okay. Here's these are the planetary alignments. One of them, Mendel, is going to be talking about this a lot more. Jupiter conjunct Neptune. So here I've got, once again, the 0 Aries rising. And sure enough, here's Jupiter just coming right up to Neptune, right? And they conjunct exactly at, and this is a good degree to look for in your chart, 23 degrees Pisces. That's a degree, 23 degrees Pisces. Now, personally, my moon is 23 degrees Pisces, exactly right on it. So, and I'm really kind of, in a really good space now. I mean, I've been doing a lot of kind of studying about quantum physics and quantum reality. There's all these wonderful new free webinars online, and I've just gone into the quantum world. So I think that's kind of a pretty good use for Neptune on my moon. So I'm looking forward to Jupiter coming up. Now, Neptune's about healing. Neptune and Pisces is very interesting that we had this pandemic during Neptune and Pisces. Neptune's associated with Pisces, so it's natural. And then Jupiter ideally, I mean, the positive part of Jupiter, all the planets have a positive and a challenge side. The positive part of Jupiter is expansion and growth and trying new things and new discoveries and joy and optimism associated with Sagittarius. So overall, he's a positive planet. The challenge part of Jupiter is like too much of a good thing. He'll walk into a party and turn up the volume and make everything bigger. So it adds to being extremist, and doing things in a kind of an out of control way is also Jupiter. So, and you know, the challenge part of Neptune, yeah, it's a healer, but Neptune can be very sneaky and not really clear. And, oh, I said this, but I really meant to say that, kind of miscommunications. So confusion. And so the positive part would be joy and healing. The challenge part would be confusion and big confusion and extreme. And both of those are going to happen. Absolutely. So the trick is staying, of course, with astrology, staying to the positive side of all the planets. You know, if you're the positive Aries, you inspire people and don't bully people, right? If you're a positive Taurus, you know, you help people and you connect, you know, just tell them what to do, right? So all the planets and all the signs, the whole trick of astrology is getting to the positive side of all of them. So this is a big one that's happening. Jupiter conjunct Neptune, 23 Pisces, that's the number. Okay, this is when it happens, April 12, 2022 at 23 degrees Pisces. So April 12th, so going into the spring, but I mean, it just comes by and it stays there for like a week and then it moves on by. Jupiter moves on by, so that's going to be April, so that's going to be the week. And Dale's going to talk a lot more about this. Okay. The moon's nodes are changing signs. Now, the moon's nodes have an 18.6-year orbit, almost 19 years, and so therefore they're in a sign for a year and a half. And so this is when they're going into December 23rd. Now there's a, you know, getting a little technical, there's a true node and a mean node. The mean node is kind of the average, is what I use, versus the true node. So it's a little bit of slightly different dates. So the astrologers are out there going, no, it doesn't happen until early January. I decided to use the mean node. But regardless, it's going to be changing quite soon. And so the north node is going into Taurus. The south node is going into Scorpio. Now, Taurus is an earth sign. Both Taurus and Scorpio really deal with money and security and kind of reality. And it's going to be a fascinating one because Taurus is my money. Scorpio is other people's money. Right? So the north node's your destiny. What you're best at, things that come natural and easy to you. North node is like the direction that you're driving down the road and that's where you want to go. The south node is almost like looking in your rear view mirror, or gee, it's almost like the past. And I see in everybody's chart, the south node is the trickiest part of everybody's chart. You know, you might want to say Pluto or Saturn or some square. I think is the south node. The south node is like unfinished business from past lives, situations that we hadn't quite resolved. And what I say is what's broken. South node is what's broken. You know, that should never quite fixed, you know, in the past life. If I would have lived another 10 minutes, I would have finished my south node. But it didn't happen, right? So the south node is what didn't get fixed. And what I say is what's broken. So the south node in Scorpio, and the south node is like holding things down. Scorpios can be very secretive and sneaky. Sorry for Scorpios that are out there, but sneakiness belongs to Scorpio. So I think the south node in Scorpio could bring up some corporate sneakiness relating to money. And it's interesting that the cyber currencies are happening and the banks are kind of taking a look at how they're moving everything over to, you know, away from real money. So it's going to be an interesting time. So this is the next year and a half. And Dale's going to talk about this, I'm sure, a lot more, but this is juicy, you know, secretive, juicy, sneaky, making sure that you know where your money's coming from. Taurus, where am I going to put it? How am I going to, you know, kind of invest, or how do I feel secure? So this is about money. This is also about land. I think Taurus is the Earth, so it'll be really interesting to see. I've been watching these volcanoes happening on La Palma and by Spain, and there's a lot going on the Earth. The Earth is telling us what she wants, right? So the moon nodes, okay, shifting signs. Of course, once again, pay attention to each of your charts. Where do you have Taurus and Scorpio? So the nodes are going to be transiting through those in the next year and a half. Okay, Chinese New Year. This is an interesting one. Okay, Chinese New Year. Now, this is the year of the water tiger. And here I've got over here, this awesome water tiger. And starts February 1st, 2022. And the tiger is an interesting one. When I was reading about it, I say tiger year of wars, year of conflicts, people being, yelling at each other. I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay, so these are this one of the styles of the tiger: fearless, aggressive, daring, intense, impulsive, restless, and reckless. So that's the tiger, right? Now, this is the water tiger. So ideally, the water, at least it's not a fire tiger, right? Tiger is the most aggressive of all the Chinese animals, right? So now water, calms it down a little bit. But I've got a good friend, he's not here, but he'll be listening to this, Tom, who's quite shamanic. And he said, cats don't like water, Susie. And yeah, a tiger can swim, they can swim, but they don't like water. So it's almost like, even though the water's trying to calm him down, the tiger is out of his element, I think. Now, luckily, the positive parts of the tiger: charismatic, affectionate, generous, dynamic, optimistic, and humanitarian. So it seems to me if we can keep the tiger in a good mood, that there's humanitarian optimism that's happening. But it looks like he's got a little bit of a short fuse, reckless and restless. So at any rate, so that's the Chinese New Year. So it's kind of a little bit of a wild year coming up here. Okay, retrogrades. Mercury retrograde. So Mercury retrogrades 3 times a year, 3 weeks each time. The first one's January through February, January 13th through February. Now, everybody can see this later, so you can really copy all these dates down. January 13th through February 4th, Aquarius into Capricorn. May 10th through June 3rd, Gemini into Taurus. September 10th through October 2nd, Libra into Virgo. What I thought was interesting with this, and this doesn't happen every year, they all start off in air signs and they all end up in water signs or in earth signs. So all this is, air signs, air, and it goes into air into an earth sign. So it'll retrograde back into the previous sign, but sometimes it retrogrades in its own sign. So I think it was fascinating. I'd be curious to hear from many other astrologers about this. But, air, of course, is communication. And Earth is getting it done or getting it accomplished. So I would think that with this, it was like coming up with ideas or coming up with projects and then completing them, when it goes into the Taurus or into the Earth. But I thought that was fascinating. They're all start in air and they all end up in Earth. So, of course, Mercury retrogrades are a good time to do things. We don't have to put everything on hold, but I would suggest just not signing any contracts or not really starting something. But as some people are buying houses, they can do all the due diligence and the, and everybody checking out the house and making sure that it's okay and all that. Then you sign the contract when it goes direct, ideally. So anyway, so that's Mercury retrograde. Okay. Venus retrograde. So we got a Venus retrograde. Now, Mercury 3 times a year, 3 weeks each time. Venus retrogrades every about a year and a half, and it takes about 6 weeks for the retrograde. So here's Venus retrograde. So December 20th, 2021 through January 28th, 2022. So the year of 2022 starts with a Venus retrograde. It's not like the whole year is going to be a retrograde feeling, but it is kind of interesting, where you think, here was right through the holidays, and a Venus in retrograde would feel like it would be a damper for celebrations. Just thinking, so this is not going to be, I don't think, another, wild year of celebrating. Venus retrograde, retrograde is kind of pulling in. So, maybe more intimate, real intimate celebrations, being with family or close friends, kind of a feeling. It doesn't feel like a big wild celebration time for me. And also Venus retrograde, kind of taking a look at your relationships, what works for you. Venus, of course, is art, beauty, music, love. So yeah, I think it'd be a good time to kind of, towards the end of the year, do a New Year's resolution. What do I want to give away? What do I want to get rid of? At the end of 2021, there's a lot to get rid of, and going into 2022. So it's more of a sensitive time and like an emotional feeling time, versus Mercury's retrograde is more of a mental time. So the year starts off with Venus retrograde, and it retrogrades at 26 degrees Capricorn, and it turns direct at 11 degrees Capricorn. So you see, that's within that same sign. So, mid-Cap, kind of late to mid-Capricorn is where Venus is going to be retrograding. And once again, check out each of your charts and see where Venus will be retrograding for you. And then we have a Mars retrograde. So not every year we have a Venus and a Mars retrograde. So I think that's interesting. Now, Mars retrogrades October 30th, 2022 through January 12th, 2023. So Venus starts, the year of 2022 starts with Venus retrograde. It ends with a Mars retrograde. So now I don't want to put retrogrades as bad. Like 2022 starts with bad and ends with bad. I don't see retrograde as bad. Retrograde is reflecting. It's like meditating. It's like going inside and regrouping and trying to figuring things out. And then once we figure it out, then we can move forward. So, meditation's good, retrograde is good. And Mars retrogrades at 25 degrees Gemini, and it turns direct at 8 degrees Gemini. So hits off all of my Gemini planets. So I'm, like, what kind of exciting things am I going to be doing here? All right. All right. Venus begins 2022 retrograde, and Mars ends 2022 with a retrograde. So I'd be curious, Dale or Tom, anybody have any other comments about it? Once again, I'm doing the stats. This is what I'm doing, the stats, it's like when things are changing, what are they doing? And, talking about it a little bit, but, this is all juicy. I mean, people could give a whole workshop just on this one page. But I'm going to moving forward to eclipses, right? Eclipses. So these are the eclipses. Now, eclipses happen. I'll bring them all up here. I was getting fancy with my animation here. Eclipses happen 6 months apart, eclipse seasons. And there's a solar, a lunar, and then a solar and a lunar, 2 weeks apart from each other. So now this is interesting because there's 2 solars and they're both partial eclipses. There are 2 lunars and they're both total eclipses. So of course this, now an eclipse happens when the sun and the moon align with the nodes, the north and south nodes. A node is an intersecting point. So this is the intersecting point between the path of the sun and the path of the moon. So when the sun and the moon line up, right here, that's where the node would be, and that's where an eclipse is. So, but it's interesting because the nodes, depending on how close the sun is to the node or the moon is to the node, that's how, whether it's total or partial. So once again, more details than you need, but I thought this was so interesting. So the first solar eclipse partial, April 20th, 10 degrees Taurus. April 30th, 10 degrees Taurus. The 2 weeks later, the total lunar eclipse, May 16th at 25 degrees Scorpio. Now you notice, the eclipses are in Taurus and Scorpio now. Why is that? Everybody knows this, because the nodes are in Taurus and Scorpio now. So the nodes the eclipses can only happen with the nodes, right? So the last couple of years, the nodes were in Gemini Sag. So all the eclipses were in Gemini Sag. Now we've moved over, and the nodes have shifted over to Taurus Scorpio. So all the eclipses for the next year and a half are going to be in Taurus Scorpio. So, okay, then a solar eclipse, October 25th, 2 degrees Scorpio. Lunar eclipse, a couple of weeks later, November 8th at 16 degrees Taurus. So Taurus Scorpio, we got next year and a half of Taurus Scorpio eclipses. Okay. All right. So when I was going through the eclipses, I thought, well, let's just kind of take a look. And I just did an animation. I animated solar fire and just went through the whole year. And then I went over to November 8th, and it was like, well, this is a hairy eclipse. That's a technical term, a hairy eclipse. And why is it hairy? Because there's basically one big T-square, one big 90-degree square. Now, so this is kind of the profile of the eclipses through the year. This is a little bit stronger because there are more planets involved. So here we have the South Node in Scorpio, Sun's in Scorpio. Here we have the North Node in Taurus, and of course Uranus is in Taurus. So, but the main thing that's going to be happening is, here we have it squaring Saturn. Now remember Saturn, Mr. Responsibility, the guy that was got the mandates and all the rules. And here we have Uranus down here, who is the rebel. So the rebel is aligned with the eclipse, right on the eclipse, and they're all squaring Saturn, right? Oh, and the other one, here we have Jupiter and Neptune, are getting quite close too. So now, why is this a big deal? Because the midterm election. November 8th is the midterm election. I mean, you couldn't make this up. Oh, let's have an eclipse with in new signs, so they're stronger, with squaring Saturn and Uranus. So this, remember when people said, oh, 2021 Saturn Uranus square is done. No. So what I did is I animated and went all the way up to see how close that Uranus and Saturn could be with each other. 18 degrees, 18 degrees. They ended up being 15 minutes off. If they're within a degree, they're square each other, guys. Sorry. People are like, oh, rose-colored glasses. Oh, they're all done in 2021. No. And not only are they squaring each other during an eclipse right at the midterm election. So now this is, this square, this Uranus square Saturn is sliding up from October. It's like getting closer and closer and closer. So October, and it kind of peaks at the election here, at the midterm elections. So now Saturn, this could be delays. It could be like, oh, fraud, or, oh, we don't know who won the election, or, it'll be interesting to see how Saturn kind of manifests itself there. Now, what are the other transits? Saturn is trining Mars. Maybe that will help it, become a little more clear. Mars in Gemini down there. And here we have this Neptune trine all these planets over here in Scorpio. But, those are fast ones. They're going to zip on by pretty quickly. So these trines really almost don't count. Mars is even fast too. So all these three trines here are really pretty fast, but this whole T-square is really slow. All right. So at any rate, that's a hairy That's a hairy election during a pretty tough eclipse. So I just kind of had to throw that in as we're looking at eclipses. All right, visible planets. Okay, you know, I live in Tucson here. We've got a beautiful sky, so I can really see the sky. And I watch the planets every single night. So here's visible Venus, morning star, morning sky from January through September. In the evening from November on. Mars, morning sky, January through until November. Mars, evening sky. Jupiter, morning sky from March till September. It's now Jupiter and Saturn are in the evening sky right now, and I hope everybody is watching it. If I were looking at looking towards the ecliptic, here's the sun setting. Here is Venus right up over here. And I hope everybody's watching Venus. Venus is so bright and so beautiful. Then midpoint, and here we have up from Venus is Saturn, and then up from Saturn is Jupiter. So Saturn is the midpoint right now between Jupiter and Venus. Now, what's going to happen over the next couple months is that the Sun and Venus are going to be catching up with Saturn and Jupiter. So they're all going to be getting closer and closer together over the next couple months. So this is like the best planetary viewing ever. We could have to wake up at 4 in the morning to see these planets. No, all we have to do is just watch sunset. And then you go, oh, there's Venus, there's Saturn, there's Jupiter. And they're actually moving together with each other. Way, way fun planetary viewing right now. Okay, so that's the visible planets. Ingresses. All right. Ingress is when a planet enters a new sign. And I'm focusing on the outer planets. So we got some ingresses that are happening that are pretty exciting. So I'm going to go from Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Uranus is in Taurus now. It'll leave Taurus and enter Gemini on April 26th, 2026. So Uranus and Taurus is, you know, Taurus is about the earth, Taurus is about structure. Uranus is the genius of the zodiac. Oh, great idea. I think Uranus is going to love being in Gemini. I mean, totally new ideas, new concepts. Wow, we've never thought about that. I mean, it's going to be a whole new, like a mental way of looking at ourselves in the world. Uranus leaves Gemini and enters Cancer until in 2033. So that's how long it's going to be, you know, what, 7 years? The Uranus is in a sign for about 7 years. So 2026, and of course, it's not going to just start in April. It's going to, you know, there'll be an orb that'll build up to it. So we're going to feel it like in 2025 or 2024. Neptune. Neptune is in Pisces now. It'll leave Pisces and enter Aries in March 30th, 2025. You see, that's why I had to go up a little bit because these are very exciting things coming up. So leaves Pisces, Neptune in Pisces is fascinating with all the health stuff that's happening. Neptune enters Aries. So it'll be in Aries, and Aries is moving forward and starting new things and new fresh starts. Pisces is the very last of the whole zodiac. So it's really kind of like, I call it the sludge, the last few degrees is the sludge. So, you know, Neptune's entering the sludge of Pisces and going to be going into Aries, new beginnings. So it'll leave Aries and enter Taurus in 2038. Okay, that's how long it's going to be in there. Pluto. Pluto leaves Capricorn. Pluto and Capricorn can be very ruthless, I would say. You know, I'm in charge and I'm going to tell you what to do. Pluto's a strong guy flexing his muscles, and Capricorn is the authority figure. So, I mean, it's a perfect authority sense. March 23rd, 2023. Now, Pluto, Pluto is, the United States has its Pluto return. Pluto goes around once every 248 years. So, I mean, and Dale's going to be going into that. And so Pluto is in the sludge of Capricorn now, the very tail, very last of Capricorn. Now, check this out, guys. Pluto leaves leaves Aquarius and enter Pisces 2044. So we're going to have Pluto in Aquarius for 21 years. That's a whole era. So Pluto in Aquarius, Pluto's power, Aquarius is alternatives and trying something new and being unusual and new inventions. And so I kind of summed it up for our past. Uranus, and I'm going to bring them all up. Uranus and Taurus. Now these are all leaving, right? Unstable Earth. I'm just giving keywords here. Uranus is unstable, the Taurus is the Earth, right? And of course, we've had all these volcanoes and and just what's happening on the Earth. Neptune and Pisces, pandemic. Was a perfect example of Neptune being in Pisces, right? Neptune's healing, Pisces is figuring out healing. Pluto and Capricorn, control. Now, you know, we can come up with other keywords, but these were my keywords of what we're going out of. We have an unstable life, we have a pandemic, and we're being controlled, all right? That's our past. Bypassed, Now, our future. Uranus and Gemini, new mental paradigm. Now, remember, this all happens between 2024 and 2026. So we've got a couple years to go, but it's going to be a whole new beginning. So we're in the sludge of all of these are in the sludge, you know? And so we have Uranus and Gemini, new mental paradigm, geniuses, new inventions, new ideas. I'm way excited about that one. Neptune and Aries, active healing, active. So if Aries is action and Neptune is healing, it's going to be as a result of, once we've figured out all of the healing that's happening now, it's going to be moving to the next level. And Pluto and Aquarius, grassroots cooperation. Grassroots. Aquarius is about grassroots. It's like all of us getting together on Zoom. And here we're different places around the world and we're all coming together. Aquarius is the best use of Aquarius is grassroots. Community, people connecting with each other, like-minded people coming together and working together. Remember, we're going to have 20 years of that, right? So this is where we're heading. And I'm really excited about seeing that coming up. And I wanted to take about 45 minutes, and that's what I did. Okay, great. So I've set it up for everybody else. Yeah.
Great, Susie. Did you have anything more to say about the fact that Venus retrograde is going to be conjunct Pluto? That's a pretty interesting.
That's an interesting one. No, it's true. No, I hadn't. But that is a fascinating one. It's true. Yeah, in Capricorn. Once again, all of this, I mean, this could be, we could talk for days about all the information that I've given here, right? But I want to just kind of to give an overview so everybody can kind of see what's coming up, move it up a couple years, and then hand it over to Dale and our other speakers that are going to do a fantastic job.
Well, thank you very much, Susie. You've done a great job in laying out what the terrain looks like. And now we're going to hand it over to Dale. Like you said, Dale's going to fill us in about that, especially about the Jupiter conjunct Neptune. Take it away, Dale.
Okay, I stopped my sharing.
All right. So this is, as you can tell from Susie's wonderful presentation, there's a lot of challenges in the coming year. And whether you're a Pisces, or you got Moon in Pisces, you got Pisces rising, everybody is going to have Pisces visiting some house in his or her chart. And boy, are you going to need it, because I'm going to talk a little bit about Pisces. First off, I got a good day's catch of Pisces in my chart. I got Jupiter in Pisces. So I know what this is coming from, but I also like to do research, including historical research, but also research into people who are Pisces. And so there's some real helpful mindsets for the time that we're moving into. And at the top of the list, I'm going to take one from March Pisces, Albert Einstein. He said, to look at life as either everything is a miracle or nothing is a miracle. And starting in 2022, we're all going to need miracles. But if you know where they are in your chart and you know how to be irresponsible, then you will be able to receive the miracles and share the miracles. What do I mean by irresponsible? I mean to not respond to negativity. A little bit of background here. Oh, also another March Pisces, Lou Reed. Lou Reed has a song called Turn to Me. And so one of the stanzas in there is, you can't pay your rent, your boss is an idiot, and your apartment has no heat. Then your wife says, maybe it's time to have a child. Well, I'm the one who loves you. You can always give me a call. Turn to me, turn to me, turn to me. So all we astrologers out there, you're going to, be turned to, but we also need to be able to turn to each other because when the chaos is there. Pisces is all about love. When you look at the two fish connected by the common cord, this came from mythology. So Venus, the goddess of love, and her beloved son, Eros, Cupid, they're doing what they do best. They're chilling on the side of the river, they're just enjoying life. And then this huge monster comes up, a titan called Typhon. And he stretches so far east and west, it's like he encompasses the whole world. And the Typhon breathes fire, and he's got fiery red eyes, and he's got eyeballs on all his fingers so he can see everywhere, like the new world order that wants to take over the world. And I see you, I know where you are, I track you wherever you go. And so the other gods and goddesses, when this happened, is like, I'm getting out of here. And they turned themselves into animals and ran off to Egypt and everything. But Athena, God love her, she goes to the big guy, Jupiter, and he doesn't like to work. As Robert Hand says, Venus is the goddess who doesn't like to work, and Jupiter is the god that doesn't like to work. But she says, big guy, you got to fight him. You got to, I don't like to do that. I like to have fun instead. And she's, no, you have to fight the Typhon for all of us. And to get some help from Mercury, I won't go into the whole story. But in terms of what did Venus and Eros do to contend with the Typhon, what they did is they dived right into the turbulent waters where the Typhon had come through. They dived right into the chaos. But before they did, Venus took, everything's about beauty. She took a beautiful piece of fabric and she tied it to her foot, and she tied it to her son's foot, so that when they dived in, even though the turbulence was going to separate them out, they were always going to be connected by the bond of love wherever they go. So we get all kinds of wonderful clues from this, like Pisces mothers are always, really strongly connected to their sons, and Pisces sons are strongly connected to their moms and all that. But essentially, it's all the bonds of love. So we look to see what planets are involved, to see what kind of love we're talking about here. And when we got Jupiter, Neptune coming, we're talking about big love. We're talking about spiritual love. We're talking about agape. We're talking about big love. Now, you can see on your screen this great image of Neptune. And this is Venus here. Neptune, of course, is the main man. And he's got his whole entourage. And what this cord is here, in this case, is the Atlantic cable. And I'm going to be talking about when this picture was painted and what this cable is in a moment. But this image is actually on the roof of the Capitol Rotunda. an amazing artist painted this the last time that Neptune and Jupiter was in Pisces. Just think about this in terms of what's coming. You saw, for instance, in the chart that Susie just pointed up about the election. If you look at that chart, Saturn in Aquarius and the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction in Pisces are semi-sextile to each other. So what's a semi-sextile? I call it a toggle switch. You know, it's like, you know, well, you have to wear your mask. So Saturn says, so I put on my mask, you know, because Saturn said so, you know. But then when I don't have to, I throw it away, you know. Well, actually, I'll probably, you know, carefully don't destroy the environment with it, but move into that. So this Christmas that's coming, this is likely to be the saddest Christmas, but as Susie pointed out, it's Venus retrograde and conjunct Pluto, and it's Jupiter is in the last part of Aquarius for this Christmas. So ordinarily, Jupiter likes to say, ho, 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 Merry Christmas. You know, actually, should get my Jupiter hat on here. Merry Christmas. But this time, it's like, no. Serious business. So that's a little bit of preamble. Now I'm going to jump to my PowerPoint. Thank goodness for Kathy Levine, who put these images together. I'm from the low-tech tribe. I do not do technology very well, and I need to have backwards technology, and I need all the help I can get, clearly. Okay, so Jupiter conjunct Neptune then and now. These two planets are conjunct about every 13 years, and each time they're going to be conjunct at least once, you know, depending on the retrograde, you know, but always.
Hey, Dale, we can't see your image. Dale, we can't see your image.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, see, that's what I mean. I need all the help I can get. So let me get. Oh gosh, how do I do this? Here we go. All right, is that better? Can you see it?
Nope,
No?
nope, it's frozen.
Okay.
Dale, maybe if you leave and then come back in again with the share screen.
Okay, so stop share and then come back in share.
Share screen.
And here we are. God, see, this is what I mean. We're going to need all of each other. Anybody who's patient enough to put up with people like me, God love you. And we're going to really need each other to move through this. Otherwise, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. So anyway, now that you can see these two planets, that's the big guy there on the left is Jupiter, and the blue one over there is Neptune, and they're conjunct about every 3 years, exactly conjunct at least one time. As I said, now, can I please do this? Yeah, so first off, I want to start with the mythology of, I like to call these guys, there are the three god brothers. Basically what happened, the Titans are, in astrology, are Kronos, Saturn, Uranus, which the great Richard Tarnas pointed out is really Prometheus. So the Titans, and Typhon is another one, you know, that I just talked about. The Typhons want to take the Olympian gods and goddesses, that generation, and they want to put them down, literally put them down, put them into Earth. I didn't bring the gruesome image that of Saturn eating his own children, but that's what he did. In other words, he's going to either put the Olympian gods down into the earth, or he's going to swallow them whole. And so the challenge is that there's always this battle that's going on between Jupiter and Saturn. where Jupiter and the Olympian gods, they want to come up and we're going to smile and we're going to be happy and we're going to have fun and we're going to be partying and all this. And Saturn's like, oh, I've got it. I'm going to get rid of them. You know, and then when they're in charge, it's like, okay, will they prevail, or will Jupiter come up on the part of all the fun Olympian gods and deal with that? So when Kronos, Saturn, was in charge, he micromanaged everything. He was in charge of everything. Kind of like, you know, federal approach to government. And then when he was overthrown, particularly thanks to Jupiter, Zeus, the three brothers, Jupiter, and again, I'm going to use both the Roman and Greek names. Jupiter, which is Zeus to the Greeks, Neptune to the Romans, who was Poseidon, Neptune to the Romans, Poseidon to the Greeks, and Hades to the Greeks, Pluto to the Romans. So these three god brothers, they split up the god duties, and they did this by drawing straws. So Jupiter, of course, Mr. Lucky, he picks the first straw and he goes, hey, I get first dibs on heavens. I like that. I'm going to take that up the upstairs part of the world. That's why Jupiter's so happy in the 9th and 10th houses. And then second straw, Neptune, Poseidon drew the second straw, and he said, okay, I'm going to take the visible world, everything that is around us, and that's going to be my realm. And then Pluto drew the short straw, and it's like, okay, you get stuck with the dead guys. So but also anything that's buried in the earth is also Pluto. So, you know, buried riches. Pluto means riches. While we're on names, Neptune to the Greeks was called Poseidon. Poseidon means husband of the earth. So basically what Neptune does is when you go to the ocean and you see the waves coming in, this is like, man, I cannot wait to see my wife, the earth, and the waves just come down. And it's like, you know, but then backs up because he's got another wife, Amphitrite, if I'm pronouncing that right, and she's, you know, the goddess of the sea. So there's this constant sense of the waters going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We could call it the current and the undertow is another way to look at this. But to try and get an intuitive sense of these, I think can help you get a sense of how to be with this coming time. So there is a lot about love that we're talking about with Neptune, as in the love of the earth. When I first heard about fracking, I said, there will be earthquakes. And people said, what do you mean? I said, because Neptune is the earth shaker. And so it's almost like, you know, Neptune, Poseidon, and Gaia, the earth, are making love and shaking the earth. So the little earthquakes that happen, it's like, yeah, you know, the god and goddess are making love. Then whenever there's a disturbance here, it's like, does Neptune like people messing with the earth? Does Neptune like, you know, the pollution of the waters? It's like, whoa, you know, you pick on her, you see a man get mean, as Stevie Ray Vaughan used to say. Now, as I talked about earlier, in terms of the story of Venus and her son, Eros, that basically what we're talking about here, when we're dealing with the sign of Pisces, we're dealing with love. And if you're, you know, wherever it is in the chart. So for instance, if someone like Susie has moon in Pisces, it's like, I want to be more of. Wherever the moon is in our chart, it's what we want to be more of. In other words, the sun is like, this is really who I am and really how I shine. But there's also the sense of, so it doesn't matter what you have in Pisces, anything that's in Pisces is going to receive these transits, this transit this year, and is activated, as it were, no matter where in the zodiac the Pisces is. Now, moving on. Now I'm going to talk about the history. And before I get into the last time that Jupiter and Neptune were in Pisces, I'm just before that, I want to quickly talk about the last time that Jupiter and Neptune were in Aquarius. Now, one of the things that happened during that time is that's when the planet Aquarius, excuse me, a Neptune thing, I've become dyslexic. The planet Neptune was discovered in this era when Neptune was in Aquarius when it was discovered. But Jupiter and Neptune were conjunct on like April 9 of 1843. And also when we're dealing with these conjunctions, Saturn aspects are exact to the day. These are all approximate. So we know the exact dates of these conjunctions, including the coming one. But Jupiter and Neptune don't care about no stinking exactitude. That's a Saturn thing. So also in Vedic astrology, Jupiter is called Guru, and it's said that Guru is so excited to give a gift that it throws it early. So in some ways, this Jupiter-Neptune dynamic is starting much earlier than the exact conjunction. Because there's just this sense of wanting to deal with getting away from the chaos, because that's what Venus and Eros did. But also wanting to share love with each other. But more on that later. But the conjunction, again, approximately around this time, the first one in Aquarius was when the federal government of the United States in March, just days before, while the conjunction was under, they came up with a bunch of money to give to Samuel Morse to set up the telegraph. So one of the things we're going to see with this is Aquarius is associated with communications, electronic communications, which is going to happen later. Now, the last time that Jupiter and Neptune were conjunct, appropriately enough, the Sun was in Pisces on St. Patrick's Day, 1856, at 18 plus of Pisces. I put the presidents in here for anybody to go, who was president then? I try and put that in. I think I missed it on the one above. And also work with the Sabian symbols. And so that time, the Sabian symbol for the conjunction was the master instructing his disciple. Now, one of the things I found really interesting is the modern hypodermic needle was introduced into the US in that year, in 1856. And it was immediately used widely by doctors, allopathic doctors. At the time, there was basically like about 1/3 of the doctors in the States were homeopaths, and about 1/3 were, deal with natural remedies of various sorts. And the other third were the allopaths. But the allopaths really thought, this is wonderful. We have the ability to inject morphine into people's bodies to treat whatever ails them. So, well-intentionally, there was injections given for things like headaches and PMS and so forth. So on the one hand, it was like, oh, well, this is, empathy and compassion at play, but inadvertently, there was a lot of drug addiction that began. Now, the other thing that happened coinciding with this in terms of this empathy and love is that in 1852, Harriet Beecher Stowe book, the Uncle Tom's Cabin, was released, but it got really popular starting in 1855, and it was the best read novel. And the interesting thing about this book is it didn't just have text, it actually had illustrations. So people that couldn't read could see a lot by looking at the pictures. And it was estimated that probably about 10 times more people had the book read to them than actually owned it and read it themselves. And so what this did is this opened up people's hearts about the issue of slavery in the United States and the abolitionist movement and so forth. And it just so happened that Harriet Beecher Stowe was at 18 plus of Pisces. Her Pluto was on that degree. So one of the things that we can see in terms of the coming time is some of these issues: empathy, compassion, use of hypodermic needles, that is an issue. Well-meaning medical intention, serious negative side effects. This also was pre the American Civil War, which was the greatest suffering, greatest losses, but injury and enormous amounts, millions of pill form or powder form of morphine that were used starting in the war. But then again, after the war, there was a lot of addiction, left over from that. Moving on to the next conjunction, and by the way, all the notes here I can send anybody who wants them in written form. So don't feel that you got to fanatically, just write to catch all the info here. But moving on, the next era when Neptune and Jupiter were conjunct in Aries, started with Reconstruction, but was followed by Jim Crow. Let me backtrack a little bit. As each one of these eras comes to an end, it kind of winds down. Jupiter is expansionist, as Susie pointed out. And it's kind of like, well, there's big enthusiasm. It's kind of like a balloon that somebody forgot to tie the end to it. And it just sort of kind of goes, it's not as exciting as it was before. So something new emerges to be the new enthusiasm, the new big thing. So the new big thing after the war became, started off with the issue of Reconstruction and coming back together. So we had this image of the duality of the two fishes and the country divided and, and all that sort of thing. So we come back into the issue of oneness, but it's also in militant Aries. So, so there was the rise of the Klan and then the coming of Jim Crow. Moving on, the next Jupiter and Neptune conjunction was in Taurus, and there is a Taurus stellium. Now, Taurus is associated particularly with money and banking. And so the conjunction was in 1881. Remember, these cycles last 13 years, kind of, little, weaker towards the end usually, but still pretty darn strong when the weird concept that a corporation is somehow a person came in. And this was basically usurping the rights that were meant to be given to the new citizens, the African Americans who were former slaves. And it was basically like rip them off and go, no, we're the persons who deserve rights. We corporations, we big banks. Then moving on in history, Jupiter is the traveler. So, we just keep traveling on. All the planets mean wanderers, but Jupiter is particularly about travel and wandering. Moving on. The next one that we have here was in Gemini. And again, because it's associated with communication, boy, does astrology work. This was the era of newspapers. Now, there had always been little newspapers, your local newspaper and so forth, but big circulation newspapers were here, started in this era. And one of the things that also started in terms of these big newspapers was interesting. Susie was talking about muck. I've got Venus in muck, so I grow flowers in the muck. That's what I do with it. But in the muck raking era, this was when this came in. And so it was sort of like people find out what the news is, and then they find out what the bad things is, and then we should do something. Somebody should do something about that yucky stuff that's happening out there. Moving on, the next conjunction occurred in Cancer, and I like to call this one President Jupiter, because the Sabian symbol for this one was a clown caricaturing well-known personalities. So if you ever see pictures of Teddy Roosevelt, the one here, it looks like he was trying to be serious for a moment, but he's usually got a big grin on his face, and he had those little eyeglasses that he had, and bully this, and the teddy bear was named after him, and so forth. So there was this sense of that. This is one of the signs where Jupiter is very happy, said to be exalted in Cancer. So it's kind of like, well, that's pretty good, cool era. But then we move on to the next one, which is pretty cool in its own way. This was the 1920s, and I call them the swinging 20s because the Sabian symbol for this one was children on a swing in the safety of a huge oak tree. So the children are on the swing, having fun, and they're, if you've ever played on the swing, you might have been one of these kids like me, or maybe even more people, kids braver than me. It's like, okay, I'm going up, but the next time I want to go higher. The next time I want to go higher. The next time I want to go higher. So there was this sense of the strong spirit wanting to rise up, but also there was the sense of finance. There was a naive assumption that everybody could be rich. So lots of people who probably shouldn't have been got into the stock market. And interestingly enough, the oak tree, both to the Greeks and Romans, was associated with Jupiter. The other thing here is just even things like a girl on the swing. It's like, well, your skirt may fly up, and this was when the long to the ground skirts became, the flappers became wearing much shorter shirts. So it's like, you can see intuitively that there's a lot of enthusiasm of different types as we move through these conjunctions. So mainly today, what I'm hoping to do is to activate your intuition, because that's how Pisces perceives. Gemini communicates logically, Virgo, in a kind of common sense, practical kind of way, Sagittarius, more energetically, but Pisces is more intuitively getting an impression, using analogies and that sort of thing. Now, the next one came forward here, and this was coinciding with FDR. There was a song that was the campaign song. Happy days are here again. The skies above are clear again. Let's sing a song of cheer again. Happy days are here again. So who are you going to vote for? You're going to vote for that guy or the other guy? This spirit. And again, we get these another Roosevelt who's known for his big smiles, big grinning from ear to ear, as they say. What the masks don't let us do from ear to ear. So what we get with this era is this conjunction was in Virgo. Now remember that I said, well, Jupiter doesn't like to work. It's like, yeah, but in an Earth sign, if there haven't been any jobs and there's somebody who's going to suddenly gift you with jobs, mythological Jupiter could imagine a shower of gold just by thinking of it. So here we have this president that goes, oh, there's all these people without jobs. We're going to give them jobs, and we're going to go, and I'm going to vote for that guy. In fact, not only are they going to vote for that guy, remember these time periods, the last 13 years, they voted him in 3 times. The Sabian symbol here for this was an expressionistic painter making a futuristic drawing. And one of the famous things of the jobs that came out during that time were these murals that the government paid artists to paint. Interesting, we saw that an artist was hired to do some work for the government back in with that Jupiter Neptune conjunction in Pisces the last time. This time there was also the sense, because this idea of expansion fits the concept of a mural rather than say a miniature, by contrast. And so it kind of brought these things together. And then moving on to the next slide here. The next Jupiter-Neptune conjunction happened after the end of World War II and the surrender of the Japanese, and in the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And at the time of this conjunction, the United States was the only world power that had this nuclear power of destruction. So there was this naive sense that, oh, we're going to have peace. And so this conjunction occurred, of course, in the sign of Libra. and just in parentheses, it was conjunct Chiron within a couple of degrees. And the Sabian symbol was a man watching his ideals taking a concrete form before his inner vision. And the UN was formed during this time. Then moving on, the next conjunction, now for something completely different, is Jupiter and Neptune conjunct in Scorpio, and tightly sextile to Pluto. Now remember that Pluto is associated with the product plutonium. So when we have this team come together in the traditionally Mars ruled sign of Scorpio, really deals with the the issue of a nuclear weaponry. And what was happening during this time is this nuclear proliferation, and even before they had missiles that could, the intercontinental ballistic missiles, even before then, there was always planes in the air that were ready to drop nukes at any time. And one of the things about this era is that when they were trying to talk about what's different between being a citizen of the United States and being a citizen of the Soviet Union, it was they're godless atheists over there. And so the Sabian symbol here was a youth holding a lighted candle in a devoted ritual. Another thing about this too is when we get Neptune in the water signs, it's like people really need to start thinking about the afterlife, and not so much in Cancer, because that one back there, life is good and that. But when we had this era, people were, there was this sense of like, gosh, if they dropped the nukes, we could all be dead tomorrow. What about the afterlife? And so we're going to see that spiritual theme coming up for Pisces coming up again, and just Pisces deals, essentially it's about love in the time of chaos. But during this time, it was more about tension and the whole idea of kind of like winning the ultimate war, or preventing the ultimate war. Moving on to the next conjunction here. This one was in Sagittarius. Now, this is Jupiter's home sign, one of the two, the other one's Pisces. It's like, when you're the big guy, you get to have, your summer home, your winter home, your nighttime home, your daytime home, whatever way you want to say it. And then in this era, this was the era of the successful anti-Vietnam War movement. Now, with anything in astrology, there's always more than one thing going on at that particular time. This was also the time that Chiron was in Aries, which is where it is now. But one part of this was the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction, was that people didn't want to fight war. There was this rising spirit of, why don't we have fun? Remember, Jupiter doesn't like to work. Well, he certainly doesn't like to, to fight either, just because he's kind of big, lazy guy. The interesting Sabian symbol for this is retired Army veterans gather to reawaken old memories. Now, one of the famous things that happened here is soldiers that went to Vietnam, some of them, like about 100 or 200 of them, came back and they threw their medals over the White House fence. In other words, I don't want to be, I'm not a proud killer. I want peace. I want the war to end. Nixon was president at the start of this conjunction. And as you can see, just 13 days before the exact conjunction, very tight aspect here, is when his White House so-called plumbers broke into Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatric office, psychiatrist office. Ellsberg had released the Pentagon Papers, and they were trying to get some dirt on Ellsberg, but the whole thing just backfired, and ultimately led to the Vietnam War coming to an end and Nixon being out of there. Moving on to the next one. It's Morning in America was the TV commercial here. when when Reagan was president. Now, he had this occurred between his first and second terms, and he had about a 50-50 standing, but because of this momentum of commercials like This Morning in America, he went from being like going to be a close race to it was just a landslide political victory. Notice the parallel with FDR. When we get these Jupiter and Neptune conjunctions, if you're the Jupiter guy or Gaia, you've got an enormous amount of good luck and very good possibility of winning, even if you start off in an adverse position. Interestingly, about this, these conjunctions, these next two conjunctions, is that it is possible to have, the very last, very first and very end degrees at the same time for Jupiter-Neptune conjunctions. This one was right at the beginning of Capricorn, and the image is an Indian chief claims recognition and power from the assembled tribe. And famously, Nixon would say these things like, "I am the president. I am the president." So that dynamic there, he was hoping to have, to take that, the enthusiasm. Reagan would have that sense of being, I'm the chief, everybody loves me, you should just recognize me, forget about forget about everything else. As an aside, it was also 1984 was when Anthony Fauci took control of the NIAID. The next one was in Aquarius. Remember, the last one in Aquarius was when the telegraph was funded and then really took off, changed America. Well, this one, the conjunction in 1997. Now, tech had been around here before now, but it was kind of a touch and go thing at that point. In fact, Bill Gates and Microsoft saved his, before and after adversary Apple computers. And of course, in my opinion, this guy never does anything out of the goodness of his heart. I don't even think he has one, but he just saw that somehow it was important to, to kind of expand the scope of the internet's popularity by beefing up Apple. So this is one of the other things that we get with Jupiter and Neptune conjunctions: people giving money, people that have a lot of money, whether it's the federal government or just the well-off. So it's really good for charity. And we're going to see that really a lot for what's coming up with the Jupiter and Neptune in Pisces. But before we get there, we're going to deal with the conjunction in Aquarius. I'm sorry, the previous one was in Capricorn. My bad. But the last one, the most recent one before now in 2009, this was in Aquarius. So we see again the spread of technology, and particularly the ability to communicate. So this was the era of the emergence of various forms of social media and blogs. Sort of like it took us into where we are right now, as we're all here connected and speaking via Bloom. And also coincided with a very different type of president, sort of a president who would basically, know how to use the technology to use social media. In fact, Obama's program, they got the best business campaign strategy. That they got the award from the advertising industry for really knowing how to use tech to win friends and votes and influence people. Moving on. This is what I like to call future history, because as we all know, the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction in Pisces has not happened yet. We're still very much in in the previous era, but this is what's coming. Now, the Sabian symbol for this degree is the tiny island seems lost in the broad ocean, but its happy inhabitants have created a world all their own. So one of the things that's interesting about this is like, well, Jupiter's associated with being happy and spreading happiness, and it's on the Sabian symbol that is about people getting together and being happy. So all that sounds mighty good to me, but a lot of this depends on the consciousness of people. I mean, consciousness to me is critically important in astrology in all regards, but definitely probably most important of all regarding this conjunction. Just for tech reasons there, for the astrologers, you'll see that this conjunction is pretty heavily aspected. It's trying the south node Ketu in Scorpio, sextile the north node Rahu in Taurus, and so we got, you know, a water trine dimension, the semi-sextile to Saturn in Aquarius, semi-sextile to Sun and Pallas Athena in Aries. Now, why do I put in all this stuff? Because we don't just start with the conjunction. We don't just start with the conjunction that it's in a sign. We don't just start with the conjunction that's on a Sabian symbol degree. We start with this configuration. In other words, what is at issue? What are the challenges that are involved as we move into this time for each of us as individuals and for any dimension of the collective that we might want to talk about? One thing that's good to know, that's very helpful to know, is that different people have, outside of astrology, cultural figures, have expressed great concern about the time that we're entering into now. Specifically, Carl Jung, who died in 1961, said that he had a serious concern that that in 50 or 60 years, we would see the end of humanity as we know it. And he had a great concern that instead that there would be a strong authoritarian control and basically a kind of a, you know, people wouldn't be individuals, they wouldn't know how to be human, and they'd be caught up in technology, and they would be cut off from their spirituality. Now, this Jupiter-Neptune combination in Pisces particularly deals with the issue of spirituality. Now, what he said about spirituality, he didn't mean so much dogmatic affiliations of being, you know, a Catholic or a Protestant or Presbyterian or whatever, but it was more about having both a social connectedness to others, to share religious or spiritual perspectives, but also to have an inward connection. So he basically said, oh my gosh, this could all be lost unless people learn to go within, understand themselves as individuals, but also to see themselves as part of a whole. So I really feel that this is an era where everyone who I'm talking to here now, particularly the astrologers, if humanity is going to be saved, it'll be saved now. It'll be saved in this coming year. Because for each one of us, it's to go within, to find what we believe in inside. Whether it's, you know, the Christ within, or, you know, or me going, oh, I hear the voice of Jupiter, Venus, Mars, Saturn talking inside me. I hear that when I interact with other people and so forth. Either that, or people just become programmable. Now, there's a story, the Odyssey, which is about, guess who, Odysseus. And, you know, he's on his seagoing adventures with his guys, and they come to an island that is the island of lotus eaters. So remember, the Sabian symbol is about an island and people being happy. And the lotus eaters, they eat these flowers and fruits from this lotus plant that grows on the island, and they just get blissed out and they forget everything. They forget, you know, that they had relatives, that they had a home. They just forget out. They just basically are just kind of like, you know, as Pink Floyd would say, they just have become comfortably numb. So one of the things about this coming era is that this 13-year span is going to include, obviously, the year 2030. And if you're at all familiar with the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab, and also the same time frame on the United Nations website, is 2030 is the year where everything is going to be different. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Well, the powers that be can easily make sure that they can, take people's property away from them, and you can own nothing. And they could take, well, it's my body. Can I do with my body? No, we own your body. Well, what about my children? No, we own your children's body. We are the state. We own everything. So it's like, yeah, they could own, but how do they make people happy? Well, one blogger said, well, imagine if you could ingest or have an injection that would go right to the pleasure centers of your brain, and you could just be happy no matter what's going on in the world. So one of the potentials here that's coming is exactly that, that they, that the those who want to take over the world succeed, and they basically get everybody to forget, what life was before they took over the world, and they don't want anything. All they want to do is just to be happy, and they've got something that they ingest or is in their bodies to make them happy. So that's one way. Another way here is we can look to our friends in Australia, like our dear friend Linda Hill. And when we see this totalitarian regime, what has happened in Australia is there's an interesting 27% correspondence. 27% more people have declared themselves as depressed, seriously depressed. 27% more people, there's been a 27 increase in the consumption of alcohol. So one of the things about this time is whether it's coming from the state or coming from an individual, but there could be some serious alcohol drug problems that are coming here, because essentially it's like if everything is as chaotic as it's likely to be, people could go, hey, maybe I just want to, get myself drunk, stoned, and stay the hell out of this whole consciousness. So those are some negative, sad potentials for the consciousness. But if that's not where you want to go, and if that's not where you want people to go, then there is another way. How do you find or make or co-create your tiny island of happy people? Now, the amazing thing about Sabian symbols, I'll just throw out something that's unrelated to this to just, encourage you, anyone who hasn't used the Sabian symbols, to jump on the bandwagon. And if you do use them, to really check them out even more. Robert F. Kennedy's prenatal solar eclipse is on the children's hospital ward. And if you know anything about Robert F. Kennedy and his new book, he's dedicating all the profits to the organization that he is the spokesperson and lawyer for, the Children's Health Defense Fund. So the Sabian symbols should be, I would encourage everybody to use Sabian symbols in your astrology. Check them out. So dig this. Nancy Pelosi, Miss California, Miss Democrat, Miss Blue State, has bought her retirement home on, get this, Jupiter Island. So we got an island, we got Jupiter. This island, she's got $25 million down on her retirement home here. And I guess she's really concerned about the rising sea tide and would never want to be that close to, well, maybe not. Maybe all this political stuff is just an illusion and a game. Just my opinion, stepping outside of the astrology moment. Coming back in though, so she's found her island. And a lot of this is, again, getting away from, how do you get away from the authoritarianism? How do you get away from the rule breakers, the disruption, the dynamic? And some people are maybe like, I'm already here. In our little world, maybe it is an island, maybe it's a symbolic island. we are all loving and happy right where we are. Thank you very much. But on the other hand, when we deal with the mutable signs, what's mutable mean? It means it moves around. Like Gemini is an air sign, but it's a mutable air sign, so it's the wind. The wind moves around. Well, what's Virgo is an earth sign, but it's a movable sign, so it's like sand. You can move it around. Fire is fire that spreads like wildfire, or like lighting one candle to the other. But Pisces is movable water. So one of the things that people talk about is the whole idea of developing the issue, whether they believe, the controversial issue is whether there is herd immunity. Well, I would encourage you to think in a different way. I would think in terms of school immunity. And what I mean by that is schools of fishes. When you see, on land, you see a group of buffalo or elk or whatever, deer, but fishes will flock together in the ocean or the body of water, and they will come together, and the same principles are there. It's like if there's a predator that is coming after the fishes, they're not going to catch them all. The majority are going to be there. There is a kind of a strength in love, a strength in numbers, and with this Jupiter, Neptune, and Pisces, there is strength in love. In other words, we love each other, and we will be there for each other. And this includes compassion. I don't know what's going to happen, certainly in the bigger picture, because we're co-creating that. One of the quotes here that I want to read is from Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World and also wrote a book about an island and dealing with the issues that we're talking about here on both sides. And he said, perhaps the forces that now menace freedom are too strong to be resisted for very long. It is still our duty to do whatever we can to resist them. In other words, to live love as long as we can, no matter what. And perhaps the miracle can turn things around for a great number of people. So the great spiritual potential of Jupiter and Neptune conjunction in Pisces is to be super love spreaders. And when Jupiter Jupiter is not happy in Saturn ruled signs of Capricorn, and particularly in Aquarius. So the big guy, Jupiter, he got caught right at the gate. As soon as he went into Aquarius, he got jumped by Saturn, and Saturn is strongest in its own sign. And so Jupiter became co-opted. So being a super spreader when Jupiter was in Aquarius made you a bad guy. But when Jupiter gets into Pisces, to be a super spreader is a good thing, because what you're doing is you're spreading the love. Now, how do you do that? You don't do this in a confrontational way. Water will find its own way around things, under things, over things. So it isn't about confrontations. It's not a direct war as I see it, but there is a way to get around things. And love is the way. Sounds corny and hippie and all that. And the last time, in terms of a movement, back when we had Chiron in Pisces, there were spirits along the lines of a song that I'm sure some of the older members of our group will remember, which was, "Come on now, people, smile on each other. Let's get together and try to love one another right now." Back then, they said, smile on your brother, but I like Jimmy Dale Gilmore and Dave Alvin. They have changed the song to smile on each other. So that includes all genders and people that don't have a gender orientation even. So that said, I'm not going to go into this chart. I'm just going to read the data because I really want to make room for Tom. Really excited to hear what Tom has to say. But to generate a chart, as Susie pointed out, for April 12th and to set it in DC, interesting that it is overhead. And remember how I said that in the dome of the Capitol, we have Neptune overhead right there in the rotunda. So it's almost like a homecoming. That image was painted then. and this is coming here. The other thing, though, I want to say is some things about besides the to go back to the mythological associations. Jupiter expands things, makes them bigger, in the mutable sign spreads them around, and Neptune is the god of the seas. So one of the things I think that we can anticipate here is lots of flooding, lots of flooding. You know, you may go, oh, there's been a lot of flooding already in Aquarius. It's like, yeah, the urn has been spilling out, but we ain't seen nothing yet. But part of what happens in terms of the different orientation, if you've ever seen, I don't have the image to share, I'm sorry about that, but you probably have seen an image of the urn of Aquarius and the water is spilling out and the fishes are in the urn. So a lot of this is anyone who is disrupted and has to move, particularly because it's a case of flood. It's like, well, are those fishes going to die because they're out of their element, or are they going to be, you know, are they going to go somewhere else? You know, people talk about the invasion of, you know, the fishes that are not native to a particular place, you know, kind of fouling things up. So there can be chaos with this, you know, with these comings and goings. But there also could be, you know, the spreading the love and the goodness that's there. The potential is equal. Another thing about this whole idea of moving, a lot of times when we talk about natural catastrophes, there's basically like two groups of people that move until we get into the Jupiter-Neptune era. And one of those are the rich, because they can do whatever they damn well please because they got the money to do it. And the others are people that have no way to go. They're true refugees and they don't have anything. But when we are dealing with the Jupiter movement, these are people, they're not billionaires, but if they can move, they're going to move. So we're already seeing a little bit of this, but I think you're going to see lots and lots of people getting out of the places that they don't like because, particularly because it's a totalitarian Saturn and Aquarius agenda. So in other words, it's like, well, New York City said you have to do this or that. 72% of the African Americans in New York City between the ages of 18 and 44 are unvaccinated and intend to remain unvaccinated. So when there are these draconian periods, it's like, well, what's going to happen? Are they going to stay there and fight it? Or are they going to change their orientation towards the mandate and comply? Or are they simply going to go away? But even, you know, whether someone is fully vaccinated or not, or somewhere in between, there could just be the sense of, maybe I want to get away from all this chaos. The way that Venus and Neptune were like, oh my God, if the typhon is coming, and I'm just going to, you know, we're just going to swim off and go somewhere else, and be like this. In that case, you know, they're but each of them alone, but connected by the love with each other. But in this case, there could be just mass movements of people, you know, and you know, like, you know, going to another country, going to a different part of this country. But particularly going to places where there's water, the importance of water for life, obviously, but also, you know, there's a kind of a spiritual connection. Like a lot of people will, for instance, they'll go for a walk on the beach and they'll feel like they can have more of a spiritual experience there than saying being on a crowded street in the city. So that's hopefully not taken too much time here today from the other presentations. But if you want to get into contact with me to get the slideshow, or you want to get you know, my notes, you know, more extensive than that, or just want to share anything, there's my contact info, chironguy@packinfo.com if you're on the phone rather than the screen, and 541-485-9772 is my landline. And while I'm on the subject of landlines, use a landline if you can, because the metal that is in the landline is copper, and that's the metal of Venus. So if you want to really have more of a loving connection with someone, you got the option to use a landline or a cell phone. Pick up the landline, give them a call. You know, my website is there, you know, chironsouljourneytruth.com. I think it's best, just for time reasons, to just leave time space for Tom and save chats till later, unless there's anything that you, Gail, feel you would like to say before I just pass the play tag and pass the tag to Tom.
Well, yeah, I thought you were going to say something about this Jupiter Neptune being in opposition to the US Neptune in Virgo.
Oh, I can. I was kind of concerned about not taking too much time today, but if I can definitely talk about that. In the chart that I use for the United States, which is historically accurate, in other words, it's a morning chart that has to either be late Aquarius or early Libra. Either chart will have the USA Neptune in Virgo in the 12th house. And therefore, this Jupiter-Neptune conjunction opposite to it will be in the 6th house. So we're definitely dealing with issues of health, whether we see the 12th house as, you know, the hospital, the mental institution dynamic, and the functionality of the body and wellness and the labor issue and so forth. So we're dealing with that issue. So one of the things about this whole time is I really believe that this is a potential for something that the world has not seen perhaps ever, but certainly in a long time. And that is spiritual movements, particularly movements of compassion for those who are suffering. You know, people that may be, for instance, sick, compassionate, you know, they're not well themselves, or those who are there to take care of them, or those who care about them, labor issues, things like that, 6th house issues, in other words, to speak, you know, astrological shorthand. And the Neptune in Virgo of the United States is, this country was founded by separating church and state. And this is what Virgo does. It separates the wheat from the chaff. Put the wheat over here, chaff over here, church is over here, the state is over here. And Pisces, you know, I mean, poor Virgo, in terms of this coming time, it's like trying to keep things in order is going to be really difficult, because it's like being at the beach and you make your nice, perfect sand castle and you have all the right size seashells and, you know, and then, you know, Pisces wave comes along and just knocks the whole thing over and creates chaos. So one of the things about this is this whole idea of the separation of church and state may be pretty hard to get a hold of. In other words, to maintain the separation of church and state may become impossible. And well, you know, what type of religious thing are we talking about here? Are we talking about the, you know, fire? No, anything that would happen here is going to be a love-based movement. It's a compassionate-based movement. It's a happy-based movement. This is not a violent activation unless Mars jumps into the picture for a while. So you just take it from here, Gail. Whatever, you know, I know Tom is got a lot to say, and we can move to that. And then I'm always happy to take questions either later, or if it's not too late for everybody, or people can just contact me.
That'd be great. Thank you so much, Dale. I mean, you really laid out a great presentation about Neptune through this Jupiter-Neptune conjunction through the signs. Really a lot of food for thought there. And I hope you do stick around so you can take some questions at the end if there are any. And we can actually have a discussion between our panel members. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Tom. Take it away, Tom.
Thank you, Gail. Yeah, let me see if I'm coming up here. Can you see me yet?
I can see you.
You can. Okay, good. I can't see myself, of course. Yes. Okay, I'm going to share screen. Be right there. Okay, believe it or not, I have something like 180 slides, but about 50 of them I just entered. They're mainly economic charts, that sort of thing. I'm going to talk about a lot of different topics today, and part of what I'll be covering is the Pluto return, the astrology of historical pandemics, And well, you'll see. I'll just dive right in. I'm going to be using the Sibley Sagittarius rising chart. I'm doing so mainly because when 911 happened, Pluto was going over the ascendant using that chart. I do believe that many charts are valid. I like the Gemini chart as well. I believe in what Susie had mentioned, quantum mechanics. There's one theory, which is the many worlds interpretation, that every possible event produces its own new universe. So I'll just dive right in right now. Okay, so the first thing is I just wanted to present three sayings on truth. The first is there is no religion higher than truth. That's the motto of the Theosophical Society. The next one is the first casualty of war is the truth. And right now, when I go into mundane astrology and world economics, from the charts, you'll see we are kind of in we're in a war economy right now, based on just the stats. And then the last thing is there's no such thing as a successful liar. And then there's two other, very interesting statements. One was made by Pablo Picasso, and that is, art is a lie that tells the truth. And he also said there are painters who can transform a sun to a yellow spot, but there are others who, with the help of their art and their intelligence, can transform a yellow spot into a sun. So I thought that was appropriate as we know about Pluto, it's death, rebirth, and transformation. And through art, I think we can do that type of transformation that Pablo Picasso is talking about. And then because we're getting into finances and fudging of finances, I love this saying by Mark Twain: a gold mine is but a hole in the ground surrounded by liars. So anyway, let's go further. It's funny, my clicker is not working. Okay, here we go. Right now with Neptune in Pisces, everybody's dealing with what they believe and what they want to believe, and who they want they want other people to believe. And so I just wanted to take some historical examples. I've been involved in the environmental movement, and I'd read a book called Playing God in Yellowstone, which is about the destruction, all the wrong procedures that were done with good intentions that kind of ruined the environment in our national park system. So that book kind of details what went wrong and how we kind of destroyed our national parks for a while, luckily not for too long. And there's also there's a video documentary, which I'll have on the next slide, which deals with wolves and the intentional destruction of wolves in the national parks. So, but I did want to say one thing. We are playing God with viruses and antibiotics, gene therapy, genetic modification, experimental drugs we don't know the long-term effects of. Just to give you a few examples, with viruses, we've never seen a live virus. Even though we have electron microscopes, as soon as we take a photo of them, they're destroyed. They die. And then we've never seen a virus inside the cell, because once it goes in the cell wall, we can't see it anymore. And then the third thing is, a lot of the selection of the genes inside the mRNA virus was done with a computer simulation. So it wasn't done where we could, dissect it and see what happens. It's based on an assumption. So those are kind of all disturbing to me. Let me go to the next slide. Okay, so this other, there's a documentary called Green Fire, which was about Aldo Leopold, who was an environmentalist. And when he started as a conservationist working for the Forest Service, they killed all the wolves in Arizona. And it turned out when they did that, the environment suffered greatly. And then when he finally realized that was a bad idea, and we've now reintroduced the wolves, all the vegetation would come back. Actually, everything started thriving. So what was considered the enemy, in this case, the wolf, was actually one of the best friends of the environment. And we've also done the same thing with our war on bugs. There's a book by that name, and that's extremely fascinating. And as you probably all know, bee colony death and the disappearance of insects have a lot to do with the pesticides that we're using. Okay, let me go to the next slide. Okay, this is just, before I get into the astrology, this is just a selection of books I've read. And what's interesting is there's one very positive book. It's by, I think, a Harvard professor or Yale professor, Steven Pinker. And he documents very well that our societies are actually getting more kinder and gentler. And then all these other books, they're very valid. They have excellent information, but it's all about the kind of the downfall of Western powers and American. I will say I do agree with Susan Jacoby that our educational system's been dumbed down. And I don't think that's a good thing in the long run. Hopefully that'll be improved in the future. Okay, so another thing about our beliefs is that there was a book put out in 1841 called Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds. And this particular book talked about some of the financial absurdities that had gone on in the past. The big one was called the tulip mania. And so what happened in the 1700s, the Turks introduced tulips from the Middle East into Europe, and everybody in Holland and around Europe went crazy for tulips, to the point where they ran up the price of tulips to the point where some of them were costing the as much as a house would cost, or three years' wages. So the question is, what manias are we in currently? In the investing world, they call it lemming-like behavior. They also, because you have a lot of herd people going into stocks, it's called FOMO, fear of missing out. And so I will talk about cryptocurrencies in this talk at some point. Okay, so this is just about the tulip mania. Some of these slides I've put in here are just so you can look at later once we get the link, so you can download this PDF. You can take a look at some of the statistical information yourself. There was a very popular book called The Fourth Turning. I think this book's been out for quite some time, maybe a couple decades, but everybody's mentioning it right now. And these turnings that happen in history are every 20 years. And the person who wrote this book groups them in groups of 4. Now, I did want to mention that this grouping of 20 years is the Saturn-Jupiter synodic cycle, meaning Saturn and Jupiter meet up every 20 years. So right now we're in the crisis phase, the last phase of this 80-year period, where there's a financial crisis, political divide, COVID-19, which you know, people think might last till 2028. That could be variable though. Okay, so right now, this is just a comparison of just the US's chart. I'm just going to do a quick refresh. Everybody knows it, but in the Sibley chart, we have the sun in the 7th if you're using most house systems. In the whole house system, the sun is in the 8th house. So that's something to consider. Okay, let me go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the Sibley chart a little bit more in depth. Up at the top here, you'll see that Neptune and Saturn are close to the midheaven. So these planets may figure prominently in the chart at some point or the other. And then down in the 2nd house, we have Pluto, and that's in the financial house of personal wealth. Obviously, there's a axis between the 2nd house and the 8th house. The 2nd house is personal finance, and the 8th house is shared finances. We also have the stellium up in the 7th or 8th house in Cancer. So this makes us, very sensitive, and obviously Cancer rules the home. So we've had Homeland Security. We've had labeling citizens as domestic terrorists. We've had the intermittent internment, imprisoning of Japanese Americans during World War II in camps. In 1933, we deported 1.8 million Mexican immigrants, many of whom were naturalized Mexican American citizens and been born here. And now we're requiring interstate passports. That's been proposed, and vaccine passports, such in New York City. So that may be indicative of our Cancer stellium. Okay, the other concern I have about the American chart is if you do the secondary progression, we can see up at the top, we have Mars very close to the midheaven, and it's going to be up there. And right now it's retrograding, and it will be retrograding, I think, until like 2085. Yeah. And then it'll go and hit the MC again in 2100. So I'm hoping this does not mean we're going to be on a war footing for the next 100 years or so. A lot of people thought maybe the Mars retrograde in the secondary progressed, which happened in 2006, would help to alleviate some of the imperialist aggression that the US kind of displays. That still remains to be seen, because right now our military budget is more than the entire budgets of every other country in the world, and it's around 750. I think it's even at the highest it's ever been. Don't quote me on that though. So there's a saying by Gerald Celente: when all else fails, they take you to war, and hopefully that won't be the case. And then it's interesting that Dr. Carol Rosen of Lockheed Martin, who is a friend of Wernher von Braun, the head of NASA, stated that the US government military industrial complex might fake an alien invasion because Wernher von Braun had knew something about that. So anyway, UFOs have been in the news of late. I just put up this slide here. This is a new technology using lasers to shoot down things. I think I heard it. There's something I think there's one phrase called tic-tac. Okay, so just to give an example, even though we have the highest military budget in the world at 750 billion, it pales compared to our $4 trillion we are spending on healthcare every year. Okay, so this next slide, I'm sorry I'm going fast, but just want to get through these slides. Another thing about the US is just looking at the Jyotish or the Vedic Indian chart. The US entered its Rahu period. I think in 2017, that's variable depending on which Mahadasha system you use. But everybody has a 120-year layout of their life. And mine's very similar to this. I started out being born in K2, and I left K2 at 1 year old and went into Venus for 20 years. That was a great period. And then after that, anyway, I was in the sun. Actually, in my case, I was in Saturn. I started with Saturn, then I went to K2, and then I went to Venus. So in Rahu, where the US is right now, and supposedly it went in 2 years ago, for the next 16 years, we'll still be in the Rahu Mahadasha. And one description I cribbed from the internet was that this is a period in which one loses the direction of life and cannot differentiate between right and wrong. It is because of this that one gets carried away by different forms of addictions like drug, gambling, alcohol, etc., and completely gets blinded by the worldly pleasures that one loses the sense of time and religion. So hopefully that won't be the case. I have heard that you can become very famous when you hit your Mahadasha period. I'll be going into mine in a couple of years, so I'll let you know. Of course, I was born on the same day and year as Oprah Winfrey, and somehow I didn't become famous like she did. Anyway, this is just my own Mahadasha. You can get a printout of this with the Vedic program called Parishar's Light. You can also do a printout of this in SolarFire. So you don't really need to get a Vedic program to look at the periods of your life, the different dashas of your life. And this is very demarcated in that in each of the Mahadashas, you have subperiods called Bhutkis. So if you look at Venus at the end here, there's a lot of subperiods in there. Okay. So now I'm going to go to Neptune. To me, the big thing this year is the Pluto return. But because Pluto moves so slowly, we've already started feeling the effects for a number of years already. I wanted to talk about Neptune and the relationship with the US chart. Most of you know this. I just put all this in there just as a little reminder if you want to read this later. But we all know Neptune rules art, enlightenment, fantasies, drug abuse, escapist entertainment, alcohol, dreams, inspiration, water, delusions. It can be involved with decentralization, dissolving of borders, space travel, and revolutions. So that's very appropriate for this time, especially in Pisces. With our natal Neptune in the US chart, it's in Virgo, which is sometimes called dry as dirt, the sign Virgo, because Neptune's in its detriment there. So when the US was born, our Neptune in Virgo kind of made us a little bit more pragmatic, materialistic, whereas if it was in, Neptune was in Pisces, we'd be a lot more artistic, I think. Okay, so anyway, we'll look at the next chart. I am thinking that virtual reality or fantasy has a lot to do with the Neptune and Pisces. Virtual reality was developed around the time of the Neptune-Uranus-Jupiter conjunction in 1997. And right now, Mark Zuckerberg is bringing it back as the metaverse, as Pisces is close to leaving Neptune. I think his timing's wrong. I don't know if you can see this in an animation, but I thought this was appropriate for Neptune. It's basically an astronaut floating in a sea of stars. And basically what it says is, there's a quote by Shakespeare, which is, "Will all great Neptune's ocean wash the blood clean from my hand?" And that's from Shakespeare's Macbeth. Okay, so this next slide I thought was interesting from Barron's. It's very recent, last month. And they have the X-Files kind of parody poster, which is "I Want to Believe." In our world right now, we've had three major bubbles of the past couple decades. The first was in 2001. We had the dot-com bubble. It got so frothy that the S&P dropped 50%, the NASDAQ was down 80%. And those values were not recovered for over 10 years. And Amazon lost 95% of its value at that point. I think 2008 is a lot clearer in our mind right now. We had the real estate bubble. Housing prices dropped 30% or more, and foreclosures soared due to the recession, the Great Recession back there. So the third thing was the 2021. This is a bubble right now. It hasn't popped. It's the everything bubble. So everything's gone up. It's just crazy. So I'll go into that a little bit more with the inflation and what drives inflation astrologically. And there was a really good book that I do have. It was written by two university professors, which said when our debt of a country goes to 90% or more, there is no more growth. Yeah, so we'll look at the GDP, what it is. It's way over 90%. And there's a saying in Wall Street, which is in investing, lose your belief or lose your money. The markets are liquid and changing all the time. You can't use your belief being a gold bug or whatever, that it's always just going to go up and up and up. Everything goes in cycles, and we'll be looking at some of those cycles pretty soon. Okay, so this is just the chart of the US, and on the outer ring, I have the current transits. And right now you can see that in our natal chart, we have Neptune right here at the top. And in our the transits right now, we have Neptune in Pisces going through the third house, which is the house of communications and media and transport. So they're kind of at loggerheads, they're opposing each other. So with Neptune being in the Pisces, it's about dissolving borders between countries. It's about the dreamers. That was the term that was coined about undocumented children who want to make it in America. And it's also interesting in Neptune, when we were in Aquarius, the term was coined the makers. Makers were people that were hackers that hacked computers, invented new devices. And it was a pretty good movement for a while. And Tucson had a maker lab that anybody could use to invent and fabricate things. So that's kind of what's happening with Pisces. The last time we had a US transiting Neptune was in the late 1850s, leading up to the Civil War. So I think right now we're having to revisit all the problems we were facing during the Civil War with slavery and states' rights. There is some concern that America might break up into multiple countries. And there was a prophecy made in the 1880s about that by a Theosophists lawyer by the name of William Quan Judge, that it would break up into three nations. No future date was given, however, so maybe that's 100,000 years off. Who knows? It might be only 5,000 years off, might be tomorrow. But anyway, prophecies about America can be read at a website called rexresearch.com. It's free. They have thousands of articles on free energy, alternative health, COVID, inventions, solar energy, and other subjects. So I really recommend going there to that website. Take a look at American and world prophecies. Okay, this is just an example of a possible breakup. Oroville City, I think that's in California, declared themselves independent. They're a Constitution Republic city, and they don't follow any COVID mandates. It's also interesting that in years past, I was up in Sonoma in Northern California. At one point, Northern California was going to break off from California and become what was called the Bear Flag State. And anyway, just thought I'd mention something like that. Forbes magazine had an article maybe 10 years ago where they said that America is actually 7 different countries based on different economic factors. So I don't remember much about it. Since we're dealing with Neptune, I just want to show this little graphic. This little bubble over the United States is how much water is in the world if you made it into one big ball. And then just to the right of that is a tinier ball, and that would be how much water would be the fresh water that we have. And then just under that is a really tiny ball, which is how much fresh water is in our lakes and rivers. I will mention we do have about 3 oceans worth of water inside the Earth itself, but it's 400 miles below the surface. So we're not getting to that water anytime soon. I just mentioned this quote from Michelle Finney, Neptune's the desire to belong. Neptune's about dissolving boundaries, borders and boundaries, which I did mention, and Neptune is virtual reality, and possibly it's Facebook's upcoming metaverse, which is a virtual reality world. I'm a technology guy, and in the 90s, I actually got to test out some of the virtual reality things. I walked around with goggles, and it was kind of interesting. I didn't want to shoot up people. I just wanted to walk around. But the guys who put this on me were encouraging me to shoot people and whatever. So it failed in the 90s, even though it was ready. It failed. Google Glass failed. Video games are virtual reality. They're affecting male academic performance. 59% of all college graduates are now women, not men. I think a lot of men, though, feel that college isn't worth going to. Financially, it just puts you in huge amounts of debt, etc. It's better to go off and work if you can find a job. Okay. Okay, this is an interesting slide. Just shows America in terms of the green areas of America. It's almost like there's 2 countries. One is the East Coast is all green, and that's partly because of all the oceans around it and the Gulf of Mexico. And the other half is very arid. You only have the Pacific Ocean, and then right underneath the states on the western half is Mexico. So anyway, it's interesting that in the esoteric astrology book of Alice Bailey, that the personality is given as the US is Gemini, and the soul ruler of the US is Aquarius. In that book, in the tables, it does show the US being a Cancer nation, but in this case, they're talking about rulers for some reason. This is another thing about what we believe or are kind of forced to believe. This is climate change. I do believe in climate change, but with all the CO2 production increase that's been happening, it's actually caused the Earth to get greener. The amount of green land on the Earth is more than double the size of the US now, the increase of greenery. And that carbon dioxide is actually making it possible to grow crops in arid lands because there's more CO2. I should mention during the dinosaur times, there's 3 times as more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than there was now. And I don't know if you can blame that on the dinosaurs or not. Anyway, I think it was John Lennon who came up with the expression, man plans, God laughs. I could be wrong about that. But we are very egotistical about what we think we can do. I think nature is really more in control than we are. But I do believe to me, climate change is kind of a misnomer. I think we should just be calling it environmentalism again, not earth changes. I'm sorry, not climate change. Excuse me. Okay, right now in the world economy, I don't know how it is all over the world. I know it's terrible in some countries like Venezuela and Turkey, but right now we're all experiencing inflation, and last month it was 6.2%. And I didn't expect this to happen until Neptune went into Aries, because normally when Neptune goes into Aries, that's when you get an increase of inflation, but it's happening now. Of course, there's reasons like supply shortages, supply chain problems, or whatever. But I think this next year, it's not going to go very much higher. It may actually go down the next couple of years until Neptune actually does get to Aries. So I am, like Susie, going to talk about things going out to the year 2025. So this particular chart shows Neptune when it enters Aries on April 2nd, 2025, more or less. I'm a little bit off on that. But that's when we can really expect to see inflation happen. And just to give you an example, what happened in past times that Neptune went into a fire sign. In 1916, Neptune entered Leo. It was after World War I. The inflation rate in Germany went to 1 trillion, meaning $1 trillion would buy, at the end of their inflation, $1 trillion would only buy what was able to buy before, which was for $1, maybe a couple loaves of bread back then. So that was a really stark advantage, example of hyper inflation. The same sort of thing happened in Zimbabwe with Robert Mugabe when he had his conflicts. Prior to that, Nigeria was a very stable country with inflation. Also in the 1916, 1920, the Federal Reserve had to increase the money supply by 62% because the economy was faltering. Okay, in 1970, Neptune entered Sagittarius, a fire sign. And down at the left here, you can see the inflation rates year by year for that time period, 1970 to 1982. So any money you had in the 70s was more than halved in value. And the same thing happened in the 4-year period after World War I in this country. Our money was halved in value pretty much. That's something we may actually be having to look forward to. It could be because Neptune will be conjoining Saturn. That will be it could be slowed when we get to that point in 2025. That remains to be seen. So we did have one debt default. This was mentioned by Ray Merriman in a Mountain Astrologer article. The U.S. defaulted on its debt in 1874, and there was an 80% decline in stocks. So at that point, Uranus was opposed Neptune, Pluto was square Saturn, as it was in 911. So it was kind of a difficult period of time for the US. Also, after our Revolutionary War, the US dollar devalued such that it took 1 ounce of gold, which was supposed to be worth $1. It took $20,000 to buy an ounce of gold. Right now, gold price is about $1,800. So that particular inflationary period was due to the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction and not Neptune. So anyway, we'll go further. I might have to skip some of the stuff. So this is our money supply, what other countries buy and what investors buy in terms of US treasuries, US treasury bonds and notes. And it shows there's been a lot of buying up until the point of around 2013, 2014, and then everybody started dumping all their treasuries. All these other countries are going, oh, America's printing up so much money, we don't trust US treasuries, which are linked to the dollar anymore. So let's just dump them. And everybody thought there was going to be a huge inflation period after all these countries started dumping their holdings. But it didn't happen. And partly it didn't happen because probably Neptune didn't reach Aries yet. So, but what happened is so much money got dumped out of treasuries, there actually became what was called dollar scarcity. And so in 2020, a country started buying US dollars again because they needed dollar liquidity, because everything is sold and bought in US dollars, which makes the US dollar a monopoly around the world that nobody can really escape. They will escape because a lot of countries are figuring out how to do that. Like Venezuela, I think it's not Costa Rica. There's a country in North or Mesoamerica that's gone to Bitcoin. So maybe you can get around the US dollar by trading in Bitcoin, and then also the Russia and China is also doing a lot of oil sales without using the US dollar. So there's something called the dollar milkshake theory, and that is that what I just mentioned, because dollars are scarce overseas, it keeps the dollar strong. Okay, so we may be going into a hyperinflation, but I doubt it. Hyperinflation is when the value of the dollar or any currency goes down to, it has every month. And hopefully that doesn't happen. Now, this is a graph of inflation over time. Our inflation rate's been relatively low if you use the way that the government measures it. It's basically around 2%, up and from anywhere from about the year maybe 2002 to 2021. It's been at 2%. But then these last few months, it went to 6%. That's the red curve at the very extreme right. And the thing is, that's according to the way they measure inflation right now. But if you use the 1990 based way of measuring the inflation, which is the blue curve, our inflation rate is close to 10% right now, not 6% as it's being reported. And if you use the 1980 based alternative, the way they used to measure inflation in 1980, instead of getting a 6% inflation right now, we actually have a 14% inflation rate. So most people think there's just two terms, inflation and deflation. Inflation being when money value it drops, and deflation increases the value of money. But there's also reflation, disinflation, stagflation, shrinkflation, stinkflation, dragflation. Has nothing to do with mode of dress. And then hyperinflation, of course. And I just wanted to mention what stagflation was, because it happened in the 1970s, and that's when wages do not keep up with inflation. Right now, wages have gone up 3% this year, but the inflation rate has now gone up to 6%. So the question will be whether we're going into stagflation. Shrinkflation is when you go to the store, you buy Oreo cookies, and instead of 16 cookie, you get 16 cookies, whereas before you used to get 20 cookies. Or the TV dinner is smaller in size, but the same price. And then stinkflation is what the government calls hedonic adjustment. And that's where you replace things and say it's still as good as it ever was. So you replace sirloin steak with hamburger. When it gets too expensive, you go to soy burgers or whatever. So that's stinkflation. And then dragflation is what we're in now, where things are dragged down because of quarantines, lockdowns, people denied access to restaurants, cannot work because they're not vaxxed, vaccine passports deter travel and shopping, no decent wages, economy falters. So that was a term that was coined by Gerald Salemi of the Trends Journal. He's the guy who said, when all else fails, they take you to war. So this is just, a lot of these things are just so you can look at later when you download the PowerPoint or the PDF. These are just the last things that happened when Neptune was in Aries. And I will say the American Society for the Prevention for Cruelty to Animals was founded because Neptune's, very heartfelt, as Dale had mentioned. And then also the Red Cross, I believe, was formed during this this time period of Neptune going into Aries. Okay, right now, as far as inflation, they've increased the Medicare B premium you're going to have to pay if you're an old guy like me. Part of that reason is for COVID. It's partly because they want to have more money for Alzheimer's drugs because we're all getting older. There is concern that the spike protein, which in the mRNA vaccines, there's 50 billion of them. We were told that they would just remain in, where they were injected in your arm. It turns out they go throughout your body. They deposit themselves in kidneys, liver, and ovaries or whatever, and they can go through the blood-brain barrier. And one thing we know about spike proteins is that they're cytotoxic. They're not good for health of the cell. And spike proteins are also a prion, which is basically what causes Alzheimer's. So makes me wonder. Okay, so I do mention down here our U.S. medical costs are $4 trillion, which is 5 times more than our defense budget right now. It's out of control. Okay, this is just a thing of inflation. You'll see in the 1980s how much inflation we had. This is actually the rate of inflation, and not that it went to 350. It just means that that was the rate of increase, how fast it went to that value. Okay, and then this is the big lie of government, that inflation is good for us, that there should be at least 2% inflation for everybody. I don't know how that's good for us. That's what Hitler called the big lie. Robert Schumann, the famous composer, basically said the massive want the massive. So the bigger the lie, the more it'll be accepted if it's coming from somebody in authority. So you can believe something like this. What else do you believe? That's the question. Okay. So I did want to mention that a couple things are about our media, because everybody's not trusting it very much these days. Is that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have donated $300 million to MSNBC. Now the MSNBC is Microsoft, CNN, NPR, PBS, The Atlantic Monthly. And you should bear in mind that Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. Laurene Jobs, the widow of Apple, Steve Jobs, the founder, owns the Atlantic Monthly. And, supposedly this could be considered humanitarian because a lot of the big media companies have lost a lot of revenue because of all the social media, person to person sharing that goes on. But there's a saying, old Arab saying, which is when you put the king puts the poet on the payroll, he cuts out his tongue. So if you're being paid courtesy of Bill Gates and Melinda Gates, their foundation, are you really going to report the news the way you want to? And there's one news bureau chief, network bureau chief in Germany who stated the CIA was writing all the news for the European news agencies. And he challenged all the different European news agencies to challenge him on it. Nobody did. So anyway, there was an article about how the CIA paid and threatened journalists to do its work. And that's from the Rolling Stone magazine. And it was from Carl Bernstein, who had broke the Watergate case. So I think he's pretty trustworthy. And it's interesting, recently I heard like yesterday that General Flint had mentioned he thought the QAnon was a CIA misinformation platform. So take that for what it's worth. Okay, so I did want to mention the Saturn-Neptune conjunction that Dale and Susie have both mentioned. I'm sorry I have such sloppy charts. I'm not a good chartist. I just got a new program, and it's the Mac version of Solar Fire, but it's not as robust as Solar Fire, but it's pretty darn good, actually. I do have Solar Fire, but I haven't. I'd have to switch over to my Windows boot on the Mac to use it. So I'm pretty lazy. I just do most stuff on the Mac. Anyway, I think Susie mentioned that we're going into 3 major turning points in 2025, 2026. And one is Pluto is going into Aquarius, Neptune is going into Aries, and Uranus is going into Gemini. Now, this black and white chart here, I scanned out of a book by Andre Barbeau. And on Monday in Astrology, he had an 80-year career in astrology. And his work was pretty much introduced to the West, because it was all in French, by Lynn Bell, who lives in Paris, if I recall correctly. So this is just to contrast 2020 and 2026. Right now, and these are Barbeau's drawings, so they're not very enlightening to me at least, but in 2020, we had our square between Saturn, Jupiter, and this is an odd symbol for Pluto, but this conjunction in Capricorn squaring Uranus in Taurus. And then both of these, all these planets semi-squaring Neptune. And that's kind of where we are now still, in that we have these semi-squares going on. And Barbeau called these instability. He said there'd be a very unstable period. And this was well over 10 years ago, before he died, that he mentioned this. We'd be going into this instability because of the semi-squares and the square. And then Larry Martin, who's lectured here for us many times, called these semi-squares irritation in 2022. I listened to his 2022 presentation, which was excellent. Larry Martin is a cosmobiologist, and they do a lot with semi-squares. He does as well, and did a lot of explanation on that. Now, by the time we get into 2026, instead of having these semi-squares, which are irritations at best, we will have sextiles between our outer major planets. So this is a good thing. We'll get relief. I think Susie mentioned this is going to be a way better time than now. God only knows if I'll be able to get through it, I'll tell you. Okay, let me go to the next slide. Okay, this is also from Barbeau's research from a book called Planetary Cycles, Mundane Astrology. written quite a long time ago. And this is what happens when you get Saturn-Neptune conjunctions, which we will have in 2026. So if you look around this circle of the zodiac, you'll see that we got the revolution in Eastern Europe, fall of the Berlin Wall in 89. We got the death of Stalin, 53. We got the revolt of the English colonies, the North American independence. We got the Russian Revolution. We got the birth of Marxism. It's like, holy crap, what's going to happen in 2026? So the question is whether we will be going into a worldwide revolution, because this applies to every country. So who knows what's going to happen? Okay, now I'm going to switch now, going out of this Neptune business and go into the nodes, because part of my presentation talks about finances. I thought I'd mention real estate. So as Susie's mentioned, we have a 18.6 cycle of north and south nodes, and this influences the price of a home. And there's two major factors that influence prices of homes. One is inflation, and the other is mortgage interest rates, which have been artificially low for quite some time. It's a good time to buy a house if you get financing, but prices of houses have just been going through the roof. So we're going to look at what happened, why that is with the nodes. And unfortunately, home prices bottom when the North Node enters Capricorn. And so prices are not going to bottom until 2028, most likely. So we'll look at what's happening with the inflation in housing in the next chart. Okay, so here we have a curve, which is the median house of a value of a house in the US. And this is from 1953 to 2021. And the yellow curve is inflation adjusted prices, whereas the bottom curve was the actual price of buying a home. So I'm going to be looking at the yellow curve because that shows the nodal influence. So you'll notice the first thing is in 2009 or 2011 in there, housing prices had bottomed because of the Great Recession. So Capricorn North Node had reached Capricorn in September of 2009, and the bottom was hit, about a year and a half later. Okay, now when the North Node was in Capricorn the last time, it was in 1991, and you'll see there was a bottoming again in 1991, and there was a bottoming also in May 1972. And then around the year 1959, there was a little bit of lessening, but houses were artificially high in the 50s because there was a baby boom, and also because there was a housing shortage after World War II, probably because of the baby boom. A lot of servicemen left their wives pregnant before they went to war. So anyway, and there were no people in World War II to build houses because they were all fighting overseas. So this thing with the North Node and how it affects finances was discovered by Louise McWhirter in 1930s, where she created a complete model of the business cycle based on the nodes. And she discovered that the business cycle's at high when the North Node is in Leo. So quite the opposite of kind of when the North Node is in Capricorn. That's when we get the low in housing. The housing prices may be high in Leo at that point. Okay, so I want to go to Saturn right now. Now this is a photograph of Saturn, its North Pole. And what amazes me is it's in the shape of a hexagonal. which is interesting. The Jewish race, the sole ruler of the Jewish race is Capricorn, and Saturn's the ruler of Capricorn. So to find this Saturn, this hexagon at the top of Saturn is baffling to me, that it's in such a beautiful geometric shape. And that was discovered by Cassini. Okay, so Saturn's associated with government, finances, politics, economics, business. Saturn rules the structure, the bones. And Pluto, by contrast, rules debt, collective finances. We know that it rules death, regeneration, rebirth. And with the hard angles of Pluto and Saturn, like in the 2020 conjunction, structures can get dissolved. Seems like everything's unraveling right now. And a good example of that would be the eight-legged caterpillar that dies, goes in its cocoon. Its entire structure is dissolved. It then regenerates within that cocoon and emerges completely transformed. How can an eight-legged creature become a butterfly that can fly? It's just baffling. That's why I believe in intelligent design myself. Okay, so anyway, Saturn Pluto is not always bad because it did bring about a revival, economic revival. I don't know much about it. I'm just parroting what other people have said. And then in esoteric astrology of Alice Bailey, Saturn brings about spiritual opportunity, which is not the traditional interpretation of Saturn by any means. Okay, so it is interesting with Saturn being a stabilizing force that this new scientist has reported that we can thank Saturn for our nice, beautiful orbit that we have that's not elliptical like some planets. So thank you, Saturn, for doing something for us. Okay. Okay, now with Saturn, I just want to mention a few other things about Saturn. Susie had mentioned the 2021 Saturn square Uranus dates. What blew my mind is when Susie showed that they just don't end in a month or two, that they go out so far into 2022. And now I'm dreading 2022 because of Susie making that discovery. So as she mentioned, there's a conflict between freedom and Uranus and Saturn, and with lockdowns and restrictions. So God only knows what this next year is going to be, what's going to happen here. Oops, I'm sorry, let me just go back one sign again. Okay, the clairvoyant polymath Rudolf Steiner 100 years ago talked about a far distant time when the future would be, there'd be something called the war of all against all. And right now I kind of wonder if it's happening right now, but he said it was way far off. Okay, so these are just charts. I'm going to skip through them. This is the USA debt, which is $30 trillion right now. Here a billion, there a billion. After a while, it ends up being real money. So that's how much we're indebted. The public debt to GDP is 98.57%. And I think I mentioned in that Harvard professor's book, Reinhardt and Rogoff, when it goes over 90, that's when there's no possibility of economic growth in a country when it reaches that level. Okay, so we're also in the S&P just surpassed the dot-com bubble in stocks. This is our debt. We have a lot of debt. We also have a lot of assets. So right now, what's unusual is the business debt, which is the dark blue at the bottom, is the highest it's ever been, because all these companies were able to get free money from the Federal Reserve at 1% interest or less. They borrowed all this money and they bought back their own stocks, which drove their stock prices higher. And that way, all the big executives could get bigger stock bonuses because it's based on their profits. So instead of paying shareholders 4% a year, instead what they did is they bought all the stocks for 1% down, and they bought them for all these shareholders. So what's happening is stocks are no longer going to be in private hands anymore. All the companies eventually are going to own their own stocks. There will be no more stock market in the future. Okay, this is just another chart I added. This is about the debt to GDP. What's unbelievable, there's some discrepancy here because I said it was 98 for the US and here it's 281%. I forget what the difference is in this, but you notice that Canada, Japan has the highest debt to GDP. Hong Kong has high. You'll see China has just even more than the US in terms of debt compared to their gross domestic product. Right now, there's a housing meltdown in China going on right now. Okay, so I won't go into that. Okay, COVID, the pandemic has added $20 trillion to global debt. I think it's added at least $4 trillion to the US. I may have a figure on that. So anyway, this is a chart that shows that our debt to GDP is now at post-World War II levels in this country. And so that's why I say we're in a war economy right now. It looks like we're in a war economy. So whereas with emerging markets like China and Turkey, etc., their debt to GDP is nowhere near the developed, the older countries. So that's something to be considered. Okay, now Dale had mentioned the World Economic Forum, and sounds like the United Nations, right? They're so nice. People are so nice there. But it turns out the World Economic Forum gets all their funding from 1,000 different corporations. And every year they have their big annual meeting, and all the billionaires go there, like Bill Gates and etc. And so it's not a people's organization. It's a corporation and billionaires boys club. It was founded in 1971 by Klaus Schwab. And one statement from the last conference was that to meet energy goals, we'll need 230 million electric vehicles on the road by 2030. Well, I got news for you. To meet our state and federal mandates in this country, economists and people that study energy markets say we'd have to increase our electric grid 3 times to accommodate all these electric vehicles that the US is going to be using. And right now in California, they're reducing their electric use in the summer because all their transformers are catching on fire. It's such a bad infrastructure. So not only do the electric power generating stations have to be increased, expanded, or built, but we're also going to need all of the wiring going throughout the country improved, all the transfer generating stations, the high wires, etc. So this group, you know, is really out to lunch as far as I'm concerned. They had a promotional video, and in the video they said, you will own nothing and you'll be happy, as Dale said. They said, whatever you want, you'll rent and it will be delivered to you. So you won't own anything. So you have to rent everything. My God, do you want them as a landlord? And then we're going to have to eat a lot less meat because, you know, it's good for the environment. And it actually is. I think I remember in the 70s, half of our water was going to feed cattle. But there's a lot of land in the US that crops won't grow on, and at least we can get beef out of it. So I was a vegetarian for 10 years, but I'm not right now. But I think that should be an ethical issue, not because the World Economic Forum told me to do it necessarily. Okay, so looking at our housing network, 50% of all Americans already own nothing. And then 51% of all Americans get some form of government assistance And right now there's a new class of people in America, and it has a new name. It's called precariat. And what that means, it's people that are suffering from precarity, which means from day to day, you don't know if you're going to have a job, a meal, a place to live. And so it's really taxing. It's expensive to be poor. I remember Pablo Picasso once said, poverty, he said, I'd treat myself to poverty if it wasn't so expensive. So poverty is expensive. It's terrible to be poor. A number of years back, the term wage slave was coined, which means you live from paycheck to paycheck. I know people with really good jobs who live paycheck to paycheck. And then as far as the precariat, the old terms the Marxists used were, and others would use, would be you're part of the unwashed masses, or you're the hoi polloi. People are ignorant, complacent, and misinformed. Now, most people I know right now that are ignorant, complacent, and misinformed are very well off. So I would reassign that definition. Okay, this next chart shows what's happening in this country. You'll see at the bottom, there's red. It shows that 50% of all Americans own practically nothing. They're wage slaves, etc. 51% of Americans receive federal or state assistance because of their below poverty rate, and would face extreme difficulty without that. And then also 51% of Americans wouldn't be able to come up with $500 if they were faced with an emergency. So that's where we are. Now, the next 40% owns maybe 25%. The next 40% owns over 60%. The next, whatever it is. Well, anyway, the top 1% own about 1/3, at least, of all assets. So that's the story there. But the really rich, the rich that are 0.001%, it's unbelievable. I think the billionaires own, a handful, like 70 billionaires own more than 50% of all Americans combined. And if you think it's bad here, it's also bad in other places too, obviously. Okay, so these are just what we do own. And it looks pretty good because I remember like 10 years ago, they said, oh, Americans' net assets are worth 60 trillion. Now they're worth 120 trillion. So it just needs a thing. But the thing is, you got to realize that all these trillions of dollars are offset by our personal debt. So I thought I'd mention an economist by the name of Hazel Henderson. She's a futurist, and she talks about the donut economy, which I know next to nothing about. And that is an ecological economy, and hopefully not a technology company, because the technology people aren't doing it to not doing anybody any favors as far as I'm concerned. But this is a diagram of the donut economy. And what's interesting, she calls capitalism, communism, and socialism straitjackets. So she's looking to find a new economy that could replace all those. Okay, so this is who owns publicly held debt. These are 2017 statistics. So I'm going to just bypass that. It's not very, this is another debt held by public, so. We have $30 trillion in debt, but the public owns a lot of that. But usually it's other countries that own that. Let me just go back real quick. Oops, sorry. Going the right way. Yeah, back here. Yeah, a lot of countries own our debt. You can see Japan, China, Brazil, other countries, they own $6 trillion of debt in 2017. Now, they did unload some of it, as I mentioned. So I'll go back again. Okay, so our public debt is 28 trillion. Okay, the global COVID pandemic has added $20 trillion to global debt. I think I already showed this chart. I showed this chart, I think. Okay, this is the thing that chaps my hide. The US government is on the hook for all COVID-19 vaccine liability because in 1986, there were provisions. I don't know if I can find that. I guess I don't have it here. But there were provisions that said that all these pharmaceutical companies cannot be sued for damages caused by their vaccines. So this is really bad news. Nobody will be able to sue these companies, pharmaceutical companies. And not only that, but studies that have been done, there is one provision where the government can provide aid to people that have been damaged, but they rarely pay off. And I don't know a lot about that. I do have a chart in here somewhere. I just don't know where I put it. So I already talked about the banking crises of World War II and the one in 2008. I want to say one thing about our financing. The way we got out of the 2008 banking crisis, which was started by too much debt and too much leverage, was just to create more debt and more leverage. It would be like giving a heroin addict more heroin so he wouldn't be in crisis. It just doesn't work too well. This shows a comparison between when the Federal Reserve would print money to even though there was inflation, and when they tapered on money printing when inflation got too high. And I won't go into those charts, but basically the Fed can crash home prices anytime they want by raising mortgage rates. That's what they did in 1980. That year before the Fed raised home interest rates on mortgages and interest rates on any loan, inflation was at 18%. Well, the Fed raised the interest rate to 18% and it crashed inflation. Inflation went away, but it crashed the stock market. Okay, so the problem with raising interest rates, if the Fed were to do that, is the government has to pay back their debt. And if they have to start paying back at 18%, or 5%, or even 3%, it would crash. Our government would be insolvent because we rely on the treasuries being sold at 1% right now, the short-term treasuries. So we can't raise rates. They're in a place where they're in a corner. They can't do much of anything right now. We've reached a brick wall. So this is unfortunate. So this is the stats about coronavirus. There's been over about 5 million deaths. A lot of this has to be attributed that we have a much older population. Also the fact that when all these people went in the hospitals, they were given no treatment at all. And everybody that had COVID at home were given no treatment at all. And this was partly because if you're going to create an emergency vaccine for a pandemic, you cannot have drugs that already work. You cannot get instant fast track FDA approval if there already is a drug that works. And people like Peter McAuliffe had testified before the Texas Congress and said that in Texas alone, they could have saved 46,000 people from dying just by giving some very common medications. this is why when I'm saying this, I'm afraid I'm going to get thrown off of YouTube. We'll see if that's the case. These are real numbers. Okay. And so anyway, there's been 7.8 billion vaccines administered already. Let me tell you that in Africa, they've been spared this this epidemic. Only like 1 in 100 people in Africa have gotten COVID. In India, it was like less than 1 in 10. And the reason for that is both because these are tropical countries, a lot of the citizens take ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Hydroxychloroquine is used for malaria. Ivermectin is used for parasites. And that is probably the reason that they've been spared. Whereas all of these developing countries where you can't even get ivermectin, it's legal. There's been over 7 billion dosages of ivermectin have been given with no side effects. And yet you can't get it for most doctors in this country. They're trying to make it as scarce as possible. Okay, so this is just another stat that's interesting. If everybody lived like Americans, we'd need 5 Earths to be sustainable at the style of living we are currently. Australia would need almost as much if you're looking at the middle figure. If you're living in India, you'd be fine. If everybody lived like Indians from East Indians, we'd all be okay. We wouldn't need any, we'd be sustainable. Actually, when you look at China, it's 2.3 Earths are needed. When they were doing all their building, it was actually higher than the USA at one point because they've already built their infrastructure up. They don't need as many Earth to be sustainable. They still use a lot of power though. Okay, just about the population boom in this country and elsewhere. A lot of countries, the population has gone down, like Spain, Japan, Russia, Taiwan, Korea, Eastern and Balkan countries, because they're developed countries. One reasoning that Bill Gates has for giving everybody vaccines in other countries is he said they wouldn't be so worried about their children dying, and therefore, they'd be more prosperous from it. And as statistics have shown, the more educated your population, the less children you're going to have, probably because you're more selfish. Anyway, sorry, I'm being so snide about this. Germany and Ireland's depopulation is halted, and then China's won't actually start declining until 2028, even though they have a one-child policy, or did. And then just as a statistic, Japan has more, they sell more diapers to older adults than they do to children because they have the most aged population in the world at this point. And another interesting statistic is that Africa, which is the fastest growing continent, when they surveyed Nigerian men and women, the men said they wanted to have 5.9 children in their family, and the women said they wanted to have 4.7. Of course, they're the ones that having them. So a lot of countries do treasure their children. Okay, so just kind of a spiritual statistic from the Mahayana Buddhist literature. They claim that there are over 60 billion human souls. 60 billion exactly in or out of incarnation. They claim there's 140 billion devas or angels. They are beings that are at a higher level of evolution than humans in the past. And in past ages, they were human, but now that they're at a higher level of evolution. And just another comparison, there are 200 million insects for every human on the planet, And there are 37 trillion cells in our body, and there's over 39 trillion microorganisms currently occupying your body, mainly bacteria. Okay, so, okay, I want to go on to astrology now. I'm sorry that took so long. Okay, I'm going to Pluto. I'm going to talk about the Pluto return, and I'm going to talk about Pluto and its involvement in world pandemics and history. And I'm not going to cover a lot about that, but I will refer you to a lot of good references. So a lot of this Susie's mentioned. Pluto's a dwarf planet. It's small, but it's mighty. It's an atom is small, but has the power of a nuclear bomb. A virus or bacteria can bring down a 7-foot man to his demise, just like David could bring down Goliath. Okay, so I just have a question for y'all. What famous children's story starts with a young woman killing an older woman, and toward the end, the same young woman kills yet another older woman? Somebody could write that in the chat. I'd like to know if anybody could get that, because it's not obvious. Okay, your time's up. I'm going to the next slide. Okay. The answer is The Wizard of Oz. Dorothy kills the Wicked Witch of the East, and in the end, she kills the Wicked Witch of the West. Okay, so the next question is, who represents the Pluto archetype in The Wizard of Oz? Okay, so let's go to the next one. Okay, it's not the Scarecrow, because he represents the farmer in the Depression. Most people didn't think farmers were very smart, because usually they dropped out of school in elementary school because they had to work the farm. It wasn't the Tin Man. He represents the factory worker during the Depression who became such an automaton robot that he lost his heart. He wasn't the Cowardly Lion who represented the corporate manager who would not stick up with the workers. I should mention that there were a lot of union disputes. The unions came to the fore in the 30s. So Frank Baum, who wrote The Wizard of Oz, he was a theosophist. And I think he was kind of tuned into archetypes. There's a lot of other famous children's writers who were theosophists. P.L. Travers comes to mind. She wrote Mary Poppins. And then J.K. Rowling, who wrote the Harry Potter books, she used to frequent the London Theosophical Lodge. So they kind of had an inner spirituality and probably studied Joseph Campbell. Who knows? Okay, so anyway, I won't make any mention about what's below here, those characters. So the answer to who the Pluto archetype was Toto, excuse me, not Pluto, but Toto. He's the one who digs up the neighbor's woman, the flower garden, which starts the story, the troubles. He exposes the lion as being cowardly. He exposes the wizard as being the man behind the curtain. Toto also brings the crisis at the end when he took away Dorothy's dream to return to Kansas. He jumped out of a hot air balloon. That's what Toto did. And Dorothy had to run. And then the wizard floated away in the hot air balloon, leaving Dorothy stranded in Emerald City. So Dorothy had to believe in herself in order to get home. This is very Plutonian. So anyway, Toto does have an archetype of both Mercury, the trickster, and Uranus, triggering explosive events also. So, but I like the dog. That's why I put the picture in. So now we're going to come to the Pluto return. And I think this is something Larry Martin said. This is where a country will not resemble itself after its Pluto return. And anyway, you'll see that Pluto is in the Kuiper belt, which is a huge asteroid belt. And that asteroid belt is not the same one as the asteroid belt between Jupiter and, I'm sorry, between Mars and Jupiter. Those asteroids, there's at least 20,000 or more that have names to them. Anybody's listened to Dave Campbell from Phoenix, his asteroid talk, you will know all sorts of things about asteroids and how the asteroids of Hillary and Monica had had these conjunctions during the Clinton scandal, sex scandal. So it's all very interesting. And anyway, beyond Pluto, here's Pluto in the Kuiper belt. So if I go to the next slide, beyond the Kuiper belt and Pluto, going out 10,000 more times is what's called the Oort cloud. And that has over 1 trillion comets in it. And scientists suspect that most comets come in from the Oort cloud. And it takes some comets close to 1 million years to do their orbit around the sun. So anyway, sorry, I'm putting all this stuff in. So these are just keywords that came up from other people on Pluto. I think the one I'm not going to read these all. You can read the PDF. I always liked Jeffrey Green's description. It was crisis. Also, Liz Green's overwhelmed, obsessive. You must let go of what you value most. But Pluto is also the god of wealth. This is according to Dana Gerhardt. She says, there's great treasure in the underworld. Pluto leaves us richer than he found us. So just bear that in mind. Barry Lyons in Astroeconomics says Pluto squares and oppositions aggravate democratic-republican relationships. Well, geez, what do we have right now with our Pluto conjunction? There was no conjunction of Pluto in the US until recently, and I would include that with the square and opposition because they're powerful aspects. So Pluto's the truth teller. It often brings us what is absolutely necessary. Pluto brings bridges. Pluto or Plutus means wealth. I think that's in Latin. I can't remember which is which. And then the band, I should have been listening to Dale's talk a little bit better. The band, unlike Pluto, recorded a song called Overwhelmed. And having had a Pluto Mars conjunction, that's what I felt like. I was overwhelmed with that particular aspect. Okay, so we're coming up next 2022 to the first Pluto return. I forgot where it is. Our first Pluto opposition Pluto was during the Great Depression. And for a second I thought, you know what, that doesn't make any sense. That was too soon after our founding of this country. But then I remembered that Pluto has such an eccentric orbit, it sometimes takes 10 years to go through a sign. Sometimes it takes as long as 30 years. So I think we're probably might have to revisit some of our Pluto opposition Pluto themes going forward. All planetary cycles in their orbits, and also two planets, their synodic cycles with their aspects, will behave kind of like the moon in its lunation phases, which is either 4 phases or 8 phases, is expounded by Dane Rudyard in his book Lunation Cycles. And I just took these terms out of Barbeau's book, Thesis, Antithesis, and Synthesis, meaning thesis is the start, conjunction, and this antithesis is the opposite point, and synthesis is the return or end of the cycle when it returns to its original point. Okay, so as far as the Pluto return, Ray Grossi did a far better job than I ever could on researching history of what happened to other countries when they had their Pluto return and what became of them thereafter. And so this article you can read free at astro.com. I think you can read it free at the Mountain Astrologer as well. And it's called Turning Point, the United States Pluto Return. Now he did look at the Pluto returns. Also, there's a video that he did at the Theosophical Society he did for them, where he does a talk on this. He did it in 2017 before COVID broke out, but it's still pertinent. He talks about what things were to come. Just as far as stats go, Pluto does enter Aquarius briefly in 2023 to June 11th, but then it retrogrades. And the official start, according to astrologers, might be 2024, not 2023 when it gets there. So we have a little bit of time. The problem is translating Pluto, its influence takes 2 to 3 years at least, because it moves only a little bit under 1 degree every year, depending on where it is in the sky. And there's some astrologers who believe that it can take as long as 10 years to go, past another planet, its influence, etc. One thing that Raquel Spring had mentioned is that when you have a transiting planet going over another planet, in this case, transiting Pluto going over natal Pluto, its effects will last at least until it is past the natal planet's secondary progression. So I did look that up, and it'll take about, it turns out that Pluto in its secondary progression has moved about 2.5 degrees in the last 250 years. It'll take about 1.7 years to arrive at the secondary progressed Pluto after it returns to its radix natal point. And I use the term radix because that's what's used in mundane astrology rather than natal astrology, which deals with the individual. Okay, so just to look at what's happened in other countries, Barbeau mentions that Japan was founded in the modern world in 1590, and it was closed off from the world. They didn't want anybody coming into their ports. They could go out, but nobody could come visit them. Nobody could bring goods, etc. They went out and got it themselves. So around its Pluto return, Japan did open its ports to Western nations. So Pluto is not going to leave you devastated. It does return what it takes. If it takes anything, you're probably the one giving it up anyway. So the next country was Rome, what we call Italy now. But Rome had 2 Pluto returns before it went belly up. And usually countries go belly up on the second return, according to Ray Grosset. The first return, in the course of a couple of years, they had 2 assassinations of 2 emperors. It was a very volatile period, including the assassination of one of the emperors. I spelled that wrong, I think, or did I? One of the emperor's mothers also got assassinated. And then after those 2 assassinations, you had a succession of briefly reigning military emperors, rebellious generals, and counterclaimants. So a lot of people were claiming they were the ruler simultaneously. So the second return was, and I'm sorry I didn't put down the figure, the time frame there. That's in Ray Grosset's paper. The second Pluto return, Rome was sacked by the Vandals. And a few years later, Roman Empire collapsed altogether. So they didn't have a good outcome, the second return. Okay, so England has had 3 Pluto returns since the modern beginning of England in 1066 with the coronation of William the Conqueror. The first one was the Great Famine. We'll talk about that with sunspots, resulted in the death of millions. The second return, 1555, Queen Mary was the ruler. There was the beheading of Queen Elizabeth's mother, Anne Boleyn, by Queen Mary, and I think Mary lost her head as well. Hence the Bloody Mary cocktail. There was widespread persecution of Protestants, animosities between Catholics and Protestants, founding of the Anglican Church. But after we got the establishment of the Elizabethan era, the Golden Age, we had the writers Shakespeare, Marlowe, Spencer, Ben Jonson. We had the philosopher Francis Bacon, Thomas Vaughan, etc. etc. And then we had the astrologer and alchemist John Dee, which if you heard one of our astrology talks by a gentleman whose name I will not pronounce correctly, who did a whole talk on James Bond, John Dee was called the eyes and ears of Queen Elizabeth, and his symbol was a pair of eyeglasses, which looked like 007. So that is one of our lectures that members can probably request if they wanted it. Okay, so the third return of England was the end of England's commercial boom. They own the high seas. The birth of their industrial revolution, which started in England, and also the Napoleonic War and the defeat of Napoleon. So there you go. That's the Pluto return in a nutshell. I have my theories about what's going to happen in the future, but hopefully we get through it just great. So I did want to cover eclipses because this is involving all the world pandemics of the last 2,000 years. So hopefully I'll get through this soon. I'm not going to do a lot with eclipses or eclipse paths or do fundamentals, but this is just a map showing our 2017 eclipse path that went through the US. It went up to Dale in Oregon, where the Juan de Fuca plate is a very active fault line, and it went down all the way through the Magellan faults, which was where the largest earthquake ever in America occurred around 1810, 1811. It was so big and massive, it knocked down trees 3 states over. I think in the 80s, it was given as a magnitude of 10 in Scientific American. So I was a little concerned about earthquakes around this because of this eclipse path going over those 2 fault lines. In 2024, we have another total eclipse path of totality. It's also going to crisscross with the 2017 path. And if you ask me, this is going to be an epicenter of something that I really don't know what it's going to be. I really wish I knew, but obviously Illinois has really suffered since 2008 in terms of being part of the Rust Belt of the US, the jobs leaving, going down to southern states or overseas. It has been an area of distress. I know people that live there. Chicago's still thriving, of course, but Detroit really got hit hard by the 2008 recession with closing down of American car companies, etc. So I'll go on further. Sorry, I'm spending so much time. Really good book on this is Eclipses by Celestial. She rates eclipses by strengths. She wrote the book in 2009, and she gave the Twin Towers eclipse just prior to that a strength of 7. And then she gave the 2020 June 21st eclipse a value of 6. Partly because it was in the critical degree of 0 degrees Cancer in the 8th house. So anyway, I also wanted to mention that Robert Blaschke said that eclipse points where the eclipse happens in a chart can be sensitive for up to 18 years. Another good book I recommend is The Predictive Power of Eclipse Paths by economist, financial advisor, and astrologer Bill Meridian. And I'm just going to leave it there because anyway, I did want to mention that both the Navajo Indians and the people in India, astrologers of India, say you should not be outside during an eclipse, according to their cultures. I have been out in one. I didn't go crazy, but they said it can cause mental instability. He explains where the Saros cycle is. There's families of eclipses that occur every 18 years, 18.6 years, and they have Saros cycle numbers. In every third one, usually the eclipse path is very close to the same place it was 51 years ago, or 3 eclipse cycles prior, or 3 nodal cycles before. Eclipses start at the South Pole, I think it is, and they eventually, after about 80 to 120 eclipses in the family, they end up at the North Pole, and then they peter out, and the new cycle number begins. Okay, so one thing about these eclipses we're going to be observing, and this is way out there on a limb, but the eclipses, there's a planet that's hypothetical called Vulcan. It was observed in the 1800s by a number of astronomers. It exists between the orbits of Mercury and the Sun. So it's closer to the Sun than the Earth, I'm sorry, than Mercury. And they, in Solar Fire, you can, in other programs like this one I have, you can show that on the chart. And it's generally not more than 5 degrees from the Sun. So it's always combusts the Sun, except in those rare times that it's in cazimi, meaning it's within 17 minutes of the Sun, or less than 1/3 of a degree from the Sun. At that point, it gains more power, and to combust, it would be limited by the Sun. Okay, now the anomalies of the orbit Mercury predicted its existence, but then Einstein's 1915 theory of relativity accounted for that Mercury orbit's anomaly. So Vulcan was discounted. There was a professor at the University of Arizona that I knew, Professor Henry Hill, that showed that when it comes to the Sun, its sphericity, it doesn't follow Einstein's general theory of relativity. So it may be possible that that planet does exist. And then I do mention Vulcan was the Greek and Roman god of fire and the forge. I also want to mention, historically, a lot of clairvoyants have mentioned Vulcan in their readings. Rudolf Steiner, who founded anthroposophy, which was an offshoot of theosophy, he referred to Vulcan but he may have been referring to it as one of the rounds, chains, globes, and schemes which make up the spiritual evolution and demarcates zones of time and space, not necessarily the physical planets. But I think he really did imply that there was a Vulcan out there. It just is invisible and probably an etheric planet that can't be seen. There are particles in our universe and on our Earth called neutrinos that have 0 mass. So who's to say they don't exist? That means with 0 mass, they're not going to necessarily be seen or influence gravitational effects on other planets. Edgar Casey readings mention, in his 2,500 past readings, he mentions Vulcan a few times. He gave over 14,000 readings, most of them medical. Casey talked about people sojourning to other planets between incarnations. But one reading makes it clear he wasn't talking about them literally going billions of miles to go to Jupiter, but these were planetary states of consciousness. He would always mention what planets the person had sojourned before the birth, only commented on astrology houses, sign, and aspects when questioned about it in trance by the people who were taking the notes. He said the sunspot activity is influenced by humans. He was summoned by the White House by President Roosevelt, and also gave readings. That was during World War II, or during the Depression. I can't remember when, because I think he died. I can't remember when he died. I'm sorry, but he did give a reading to Roosevelt, and he gave readings for Marilyn Monroe, Ernest Hemingway, Hemingway's mom, Eugene O'Neill, and other notables. All this was kept private, who he was giving the readings to, until recently. 2 people who've been long associated with the IRE decided they could probably release them now without affecting people that were long past. At times, Casey claimed that the Archangel Michael and another Angel Halalia, who he said was the Lord of Karma. And the famous Comte Saint Germain also gave him advice in trance. I'm sorry, I'm getting off of astrology, but 13 of Casey's readings dealt with earth changes, and those were all given with the assistance of Angel Halaliel, and none of those earth changes came to pass. They haven't, at least yet. They didn't come to pass in the time frame that he gave. And actually, Casey decided not to use Halaliel as a messenger when he was giving his readings. So he discontinued him being an advisor in trance. I don't know how this is known, but there's a lot of private notes that the Association of Research Enlightenment, which is Casey's group, keeps. And then there's also, these are mentioned in the Alice Bailey books, Esoteric Astrology, and there are other 24 plus books, such as The Treatise on Cosmic Fire, Esoteric Psychology, etc. So the planet Vulcan, if it exists, which is invisible, should not be confused with the hypothetical Uranian astrology planet Vulcanus, which is a Neptunian planet that's also invisible. And I do have a little note at the bottom that in 1880, one of the masters at the Theosophical Society associated with Blavatsky claimed there was an unseen planet near Jupiter, and that there would be stars in the future that would be heard before they were seen. In 1967, Nobel laureate Jocelyn Bell discovered pulsars using radio telescopes, which still can't be seen, but which can be heard. Yeah, that was kind of featured in that movie by, oh God, the famous astronomer Carl Sagan. I forgot the name of the movie, but in there, they detect something where this blind astronomer hears it because he listens to the radio astronomy transmissions as sound and not as, you know, anything on a graph or whatever. So anyway, Vulcan supposedly carries first ray energy, power, and will. Pluto also carries first ray energy of will, but it can also rebuild, whereas Vulcan is at our stage of evolution just a destroyer. It's not going to rebuild us. Alice Bailey, while cool, her Tibetan master of wisdom, basically said, over time, nations are reborn several times. So maybe we'll have a great rebirth in 2022. But all births are painful. So what can I say? I'm just going to pass by these. I just put these in case you want to read about esoteric astrology, about the keynotes of each sign, about there being 7 planets and 5 non-sacred planets, that the planets are actually living beings that are millions upon billions upon trillions of years beyond our evolution. In the religious text of India, the lifespan of a universe is 311 trillion years. And they state that there are countless millions of universes that have existed before the present one we are living. And everything is evolving. The planets are living, they become solar logos. The solar logos eventually becomes a ruler of a larger star system, eventually becomes a galaxial logos. So anyway, the Tibetan master of Alice Bailey also said there were more than 70 celestial objects. These books were written in the 1920s and 1930s, by the way. Okay, so this just deals with the sacred and non-sacred planets. In theosophy, the planets are called imperfect gods because they haven't taken enough initiations, cosmic initiations, to the point where they're still making errors, mistakes, etc. So we can't blame it all on humans. Okay, so go through that. Boy, more of that. Also, Bailey, they give different rulers for each of the signs based on the orthodox. If you're a disciple or you have some control, from your soul. There's other rulers for each sign, and then hierarchical rulers would those have to do with the 12 spiritual hierarchies that make up the earth. Okay, so, and then also all countries have both a personality sign and a ruling soul sign. So I won't go through that either. So now we come to the astrological influence on planetary positions and eclipses on plagues and pandemics. And what I'm going to show you, these are screen captures from a documentary. And I'll get to that in the next page. And on the documentary, they mentioned influenza is a word that meant influence of the planets on disease. So our flu or influenza comes from that word. So it's astrological. The Greek word for sorcery is pharmakia, from which our word pharmacy is derived. Okay. Now, a lot of this documentary deals with the work of André Barbeau, the French astrologer who died, I think, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, lived to be 96 and was an astrologer for 80 years. And he took the work of a 1930s Frenchman, Henri Gauchon. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correct, but Gauchon, what he did is he took all the outer 5 planets and he summed up the distances, degrees between each of them. Oops, I'm sorry, I went a little bit too far. And what he did is he plotted out a graph. Now he passed on, so what André Barbeau did is he plotted out a graph from the year 2000 further on. And if you have his mundane astrology book, he gives the graph of Gauchon that goes from 1900 to 2000, but this is more current. So if you add up all the distances of the 5 outer planets from 2020, again, these planets were pretty close by. There's hardly no degree distance between these 3, the Saturn, Jupiter, and Pluto. And then you have the others in semi-square. You get a very bottom value here, very, very low bottom. So he says when the planets are all scrunched up together, and I forgot what that's called in terms of a pattern. I don't know if it's called a bucket or whatever, but that's when you have the most points of tension in the world. So you'll see in 2020, it's at rock bottom here for the whole of the 21st century. That's good because they're going to spread out and it'll be way better for us. And then he shows the differential of that, the rate, which is the first derivative, if you know calculus. So it shows an extreme dip when you show that that's the rate of change here at the bottom chart. So anyway, that's where we are now. We're at a point of high world tension. Okay, so COVID. Just to go through this stuff before we get to the plague charts. And I'm not going to go through all plagues because we're out of time, we're tight on time. Pluto and Saturn were conjunct in Capricorn with Jupiter nearby, December 29th, 2019. Saturn and Pluto was described as the strength of diamonds by Donna Cunningham. Many members of the helping professions have a certain Saturn-Pluto aspect. Whenever Saturn and Pluto combine, there seems to be a carefully and deliberately organized movement toward some sort of self-destructive experience. And this is according to Liz Green, who was interviewed after 9/11 by Nicholas Campion. And she also said, Pluto feels so overwhelming that the initial response is to pull in, sorry about the typo, into Saturn to try to defend oneself against Pluto. It is not wrong to do that. So anyway, there you go. Saturn and Pluto were in opposition during the time of the Depression, as I mentioned, and Saturn and Pluto were square at the time of the attack of Pearl Harbor. So very eventful. Okay, looking at the major plagues throughout history, the last 1,500, 2,000 years, they have something that's common to all of them. And I should mention that the 2020 COVID pandemic also has the same commonality. You can rent this Astrology of Plagues documentary on Amazon for 99 cents. It's about a little under an hour, and you can actually buy it for $5. But when you buy it from Amazon, you may own it forever, but it actually is not on your computer. You're streaming it from the web. And if Amazon ever were to go down, that would be the end of you watching it. Kind of like what would happen in Bitcoin if it disappeared. Wouldn't be of any value, but anyway. So anyway, what's common to all pandemics for the most part is the eclipse always lines up with Pluto in most cases. So Pluto is right on the line of eclipse. And generally, this happens in cardinal signs. And the planets Jupiter and Saturn and Pluto are also in cardinal signs when this happens. So this is an extremely strong signature for a world pandemic. Okay, so the next thing, this is again some screen captures. I couldn't do it with either a Windows or a Mac screen capture. I actually had to photograph these images. So in 541, we had the plague of Justinian. And again, this was along, Pluto was on the right close to the eclipse. And in this case, Saturn and Pluto were at hard angles to Pluto and the eclipse point. And you notice they're all in cardinal signs as well. Okay, so this is another illustration of that. Okay, now we come to 1345, 1352, the Black Death. That was the same bacteria as the Justinian plague. So plagues can just disappear, in this case for 800 years, and then show up again. And bubonic plague was never cured. It exists in California in the squirrel population, and a few people have died from bubonic plague in California, being exposed to squirrel populations. I used to hike in an area that had bubonic plague. Anyway, this also shows Pluto being aligned with the eclipse, and it shows not hard angles, but there were angles. You'll notice there's a stellium of Neptune, Jupiter, and Saturn, and Mars down in Aquarius. So that grouping does put tension there. And then here is another illustration. We'll just go through that again. Okay, now there was also New World smallpox. I won't go through this, but during New World smallpox, 95% of the indigenous population of Mesoamerica died. 95%. It was decimated, not from Cortez's soldiers, it was from smallpox. So in this case, Pluto was not aligned with the eclipse points, which were in cardinal signs, but it was square. So it was in a cardinal sign as well. So here we have a little bit of difference. And then you also notice that Jupiter and Saturn were close by. So this is where I list the astrology pandemics, how to buy it, and then it covers the plague of Justinian, the Black Death, New World smallpox, Spanish flu, which had 100 million dead, equivalent to that. It actually had about as many as 50 million dead, but the population of the world was 1/3. So if it was today, it would be well over 100 million. AIDS, HIV was about 80 million. That's not correct. It's actually 36 million. this is the number of cases. So this I need to change. Asian flu, and then right now with the COVID outbreak, the claimed number of deaths is 5 million worldwide. So compared to the Spanish flu, which is also a virus, there's not much of a, it's way, way less. You know, it's tremendously less. Okay, so I'll go to the next slide. I'm going to go through these really quick. I didn't get to complete this all. I just want to, this I'm going to just breeze through. Okay. Right now, scientists are discovering that the sun is not behaving correctly. The explanation remains elusive. As I mentioned, Edgar Casey said that human behavior influences sunspots. Sunspots happen every 10 to 11 to 12 years on average. It's not consistent, but so you can see these spikes in the bottom here. Those are when there were maximum numbers of sunspots in the past. So sometimes as many as 250 a year. But during the Maunder minimum, there was no sunspots for about 60 years or so. There was so little. And that Maunder minimum actually goes back to the 1300s. And the little ice age happened during the Maunder minimum. And in terms of what happened in that Maunder minimum with Europe, half the people died of starvation because of the ice age. You know, they couldn't grow crops cycles got screwed up, etc. So that was the Maunder minimum. We also have a Dalton minimum, which was lesser period, but there was another lull in sunspots over the course of 50 years. Not as bad as the Maunder minimum. Okay, so it's interesting that the ice age, little ice age happened when sunspots were at a minimum. So keep that in mind. So the reason to keep that in mind is that there's a Russian scientist who has stated that there are two phases to sunspot activity within the Earth. Within the sun. The sun actually produces over 100,000 resonances. And it's like sounds that when they line up, they create something called a crest factor or a lull. And so this Russian scientist, who's very well respected, this woman scientist is basically stating we're going into a new ice age, mini ice age. And she predicts that solar activity is going to fall 60%. So I'm just warning you, maybe we won't have to deal with global warming so much. Anyway, Donald Bradley had revealed there is a cold drought warm cycle of 170 years based on the Neptune Uranus synodic cycle. Civil wars are fought in times of cold, imperial wars are fought in times of warm, and the nation deteriorate on the shift from warm to cold. Historical. That's historical. Okay, so the last Neptune Uranus synodic cycle began in the 1990s, but I don't know when in that cycle that the cold actually happened. So anyway, this just describes sunspots. This is another interesting pattern that you get butterfly patterns in the sun, meaning that sunspots will start at a certain latitude and then they move. I think they start at I don't know if they start at the equator and go to the north and south poles of the sun, or it's vice versa, but that shows the pattern here. Yeah, at the equator, they eventually move to the equator. They start out at the poles, move to the equator, and then repeat. And this shows the number of sunspots over time. You'll see that it's going down. In 1990, we had way more sunspots than we do now. Okay, we also have something called the Carrington event, which is when, and this is mentioned by Dale, in that we had telegraphs back in the 1860s and 70s. At one point, there was a big mass ejection from the sun that knocked out all the telegraphs that were, he mentioned the financing of those. And if there was another one of these Carrington events today, it would knock out 90% of all of our power. According to the Department of Defense, 90% of people would be dead within 3 years. Another stat, it would only take $5 billion to harden our electrical grid. That's according to James Woolsey, former head of the CIA. I listened to a panel of his. And the electric utility companies, both public, private, and cooperative, have not done so. The good news, I think, is the new Biden infrastructure plans have some provisions to harden our electric grid so that we will not be hit by a coronal mass ejection and all get wiped out. So anyway, these are just illustrations of that. In the 1860s, this is not a real photograph, but it shows the aurora being seen from Paris. And also the aurora could be seen as far south as the Caribbean. Okay, now this is a proof of astrology. This deals with the patterns of the planets and how they affect radio reception. And it turns out that the planets Saturn and Jupiter, when they're in trine, that we get good reception. When they're at 90 degrees apart, magnetic storms appear. And the most severe disturbances occur when Mars, Venus, Mercury, and Earth are in critical relationships and near the point of Saturn-Jupiter configuration. This is the biggest proof of astrology I know of. Okay. Now there is one more proof, and that was by the Rudolf Steiner student, Uli Kalisko, who was a scientist. And as we know from astrology, certain metals are associated with certain planets, like copper with Venus and Mars with iron and silver with the moon, etc. And she did sedimentation and crystallization studies of certain metallic substances and found out those correlations do exist. So she's somebody, there's a good lecture on her work. I think it was on the Borderland Sciences YouTube channel that you can look at. The other thing that's happening right now, a lot is happening, is the Earth's magnetic field is happening right now. It's gone down 9% in the last 200 years. So there's some suspicion we're going to have a flip in the magnetic field. And this may lead to extinctions when it happens, if it actually does happen. You can look at ice cores and earth cores to find out when it's flipped. That's pretty well known. But there were Russian scientists who experimented with removing animals from the Earth's magnetic sphere by putting them into shielded cages, Faraday cages, and their health deteriorated. It was terrible how bad their health deteriorated, not having the Earth's magnetic field, not being exposed. Now this I got a little bit wrong. There are actually 3 different wobbles in the Earth. I'm gonna have to correct this slide. And one is the eccentricity of the Earth around the sun. One is the precession of the equinoxes, which we all know, and the other is the obliquity of the ecliptic. So it's going down, up and down the ecliptic. So I'll just pass through those. You can read this at your leisure. This actually, the bottom diagram actually is a gift that rotates and moves in time. And those three, those three wobblings, one is 41,000 years, one is 25,771 or so. That's the precession, and the other is 112,000 years. So there's some speculation that those are due to, those do affect climate change, but that remains to be seen going forward. More scientific research and observation needs to be done. I will say that on the other planets like Mars, there has been global warming on Mars, surprisingly. And to my knowledge, there are no people on it. Okay, so now we're going to go to Uranus. Uranus goes into Gemini, as Susie had said, in 2025. It's going to be about freedom in communications, travel, political freedom, religious freedom, and hopefully getting back to freedom of speech, question mark. It may affect all those, it may affect only some of those. Internet freedom is something I hope is coming back. I hope that they'll outlaw artificial intelligence or algorithms so that YouTube videos are not knocked off just because somebody mentioned somebody's name or something. The question is whether we'll get out of the internet prison by that time. The other question is, will monopolies like Google, Amazon, and Facebook be broken up, as Elizabeth Warren's proposed? Will we have fully driving electric cars? During the last Uranus in Gemini, that was the start of the use of automobiles, the freedom of the road. Will we have new breakthroughs in battery technology, because Uranus is kind of the technology planet? Will nuclear fusion be finally a reality with the assist of Pluto and Aquarius? Quite recently, the Chinese came up with a great discovery that they could use gold in nuclear fusion rather than using deuterium or tritium, which are prohibitively expensive to produce. You're basically creating radioactive particles with tritium and deuterium. I mean, gold's expensive, but it's going to be way, way less money. And the question is, will that create an increase in gold? If this is a reality, it may not be a reality. Okay, now, on the contrary, Mark Zuckerberg wants to house you in your eyes in his Facebook goggles in his metaverse, which he's introducing soon. So the question is, are those goggles going to be yet another face mask that we have to wear that'll eventually destroy our imagination because we are not using our minds to imagine things? That's the question. So I think I mentioned the big push for virtual reality happened when Gemini was in Aquarius in 1996, the internet revolution, when Uranus, Neptune, and Jupiter were conjunct. So the question is, will Zuck's metaverse fail? That I don't know. This scan up here is kind of the history of Uranus going into Gemini every 84 years. It went into Gemini in 1607. We had English settlement in Jamestown. That was freedom for whoever it was, the Pilgrims or whatever, somebody from overseas, religious freedom. We had the colonial revolution, which was a religious freedom. We had the Revolutionary War, which was political freedom. The Civil War, which was personal freedom again. And 1942, World War II established economic freedom. I don't know why that is, but anyway, I'll just leave it at that. So this is just a list of what happened when Uranus entered Gemini. I won't go through that. Okay, I'm going to talk about Bitcoin and the 5,000 other cryptocurrencies and about the current financial situation in the world right now. There's something that was created by Nassim Taleb called the Black Swan, or the Black Swan theory. And that's when an event happens, an exogenous event that nobody can see coming. So the question is whether we'll have a Black Swan event. It's interesting that Pluto was created at the last degree of Pluto and Sagittarius as it entered Capricorn. Larry Martin of TAG thinks that Uranus and Taurus gave rise to Bitcoin popularity. It's sometimes called revolutionary money. And then Michael Burry, the hedge fund manager, who the film The Big Short was about, says that Bitcoin will go to zero. He said that recently. Right now it's back at a high, I think, or close to the high. Bitcoin was created by a fictitious person called Satoshi Nakamoto, who's never surfaced. He mined 2.1 million Bitcoins, which are worth nearly $100 billion. So he may be one of the 3 or 4 richest men on the planet right now, but he actually may be fictitious. It may be a group of people that did that. Who knows? Maybe it was the CIA for all I know. Okay, so cryptocurrencies are being included in hedge fund investments, investment banking. The cost of mining cryptocurrencies uses up more energy than the nations of Venezuela or Switzerland. It's very environmentally bad. 20% of all Bitcoins have been lost as their electronics. Bitcoin brokerages like Mt. Gox have been hacked. The people who buy Bitcoin thinking it's going to $1 million and don't sell it are called hodlers, which stands for hold on for dear life. Okay, in September 2021, El Salvador officially adopted Bitcoin as legal tender, becoming the first nation to do so. So there is some adoption of it. But all the 5,000 cryptocurrencies out there, none of them are backed by anything, just like most world currencies are. Most world currencies are backed by wage slavery and the ability of your children to pay off the debt in the future. China banned Bitcoin in 2021. And the question is, will Bitcoin and crypto be another tulip mania? Okay, the other threat to cryptocurrencies is now that quantum computing is becoming a reality, it may be possible to crack the encryption codes. So people could hack your Bitcoins or your Ethereum or whatever other coin that you own. So that is a real possibility, actually. Okay, so that might wipe out all cryptos at some point. Well, that's going to be hard even with a quantum computer. Okay, in terms of financial astrology, there was a book called 100 Minds That Made the Market. And of the 100 people listed, which were famous financiers, 2 were astrologers. One was Evangeline Adams, who popularized astrology in the 1920s and 30s, and the 1910s actually, and the other was W.D. Gann. And Gann also used geometry, ancient mathematics, technical training, and Bible to do trading, but he's extremely successful. I won't go through this. There's a famous saying by J.P. Morgan, a billionaire, which was, millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. And Evangeline Adams was one of his clients. I'm sorry, J.P. Morgan was one of Evangeline Adams' clients. And other clients she had was King Edward's, J.P. Morgan, Charles Schwab, the steel magnate, Joseph Campbell, the mythologist, and Nobel Prize winning playwright Eugene O'Neill. She had 125 subscribers to her astrological financial newsletter and her own radio show. She successfully beat a charge of fortune telling in 1914 and predicted the top of the 1929 stock market crash the day before. And W.D. Grant actually predicted it too, and he got out months before, so he lost less money than Evangeline added. She did die with $60,000 in assets, equivalent to $2 million today. Because right now, the value of a dollar is only 3 cents of what it was in 2013 when the Federal Reserve started. Okay, so there is a good 80-page, 84-page PDF of financial astrology, economic business cycles. It was done by the Royal Bank of Scotland. You can download it at the website, whose link I give there. If you want it from me, I could put it on a Dropbox, but it is available right now as a download for free. And these are just some graphs on it. I'm not going to go through it, just to mention that sacred geometry or Fibonacci numbers are used as they were used by Leonardo da Vinci. Sunspot cycles predict depressions, recessions. I think I also mentioned war cycles. Like down here, it says 71 countries, 80% of wars. To 5,100 BC were around sunspot maximum. Okay, also goes into the Mayan culture cycles, etc. They used over 153 cycles for growing crops, by the way. And the Kondratia cycle is based on Uranus, Pluto, very well known. So you can read that when you want. There's various cycles in economics, finance, and investing, over 500 known cycles. And then here's some of the ones that are listed. I won't go through that, but they're basically based on the nodal cycles, Venus cycles, 8-year Venus. They're based on the synodic cycles of the 5 outer planets. They're based a lot on the Saturn, Jupiter 20-year cycle, which that's what the fourth turning is about. And so there we go. And at your leisure, you can go through these charts from a book that I scanned out of. And one thing that's interesting with this Jupiter Saturn is that it does predict problems with the presidents born in years ending every 20 years. So 1840, you had Harrison, he died of assassination. Lincoln died of assassination. Garfield in 1881, 20 years later, died of assassination. McKinley died of assassination. Actually, one of them died of food poisoning, I think. I could be wrong about that. Harding died of food poisoning. FDR died in office, not of an assassination. And then we have 1960, 20 years later, we have Kennedy dying in office. 1980, attempted assassination attempt on Reagan in the 1980s. And then 2000, Al Gore, or Bush was not assassinated, but Al Gore actually did win the presidency, both the popular and electoral vote. An independent group of university professors went through every county in Florida and took a year and discovered he did indeed win the electoral vote. So all these Saturn, Jupiter, synodic cycle events with the presidency is somewhat attributed to the Indian-American wars, where Chief Tecumseh died in battle, and his medicine man brother cursed American and said that every 20 years an American Chief America would die. So this may not be the Saturn Jupiter, it may be our the curse of Tecumseh, which Gail thinks has been wearing off because we haven't had any deaths with Reagan and Gore, so, or with Bush, excuse me. Okay, and here's some more synodic cycles, what happened in history, from the same book. You can read those. There's also just a stocks tip. If you buy stocks 3 days after full moon and sell stocks 3 days after full moon, you'll get a 21% times yield increase over 50 years, whereas if you did it with in a random, it would only be 4 times. So that's the only stop tip I'll give. There was something called the Bradley model. Arch Crawford had used it. This is where you weigh all the planets as to whether they're favorable, neutral, or negative for stocks. You sum up all those and you plot a graph, and that will predict stock market fluctuations. The problem is it hasn't worked since quantitative easing happened. Since 2009, we've printed so much money that it's totally offset planetary influences, at least at this point. So there's also the Mars-Uranus crash cycle. Arch Crawford's talked about that in various interviews. Won't go into that right now. And then here's some of the people that are well-known financial astrologers. So I'm almost done. I got a few more slides. I might just skip these. We can talk about it if somebody wants to remain after the discussion. It's just about late COVID developments. There are new vaccines coming. In the future, there will be exosome vaccines. One thing I forgot to mention is exosomes were thought to be waste products of cells 10 years ago. They thought they were just waste products until the last 10 years they discovered their vital functioning for messaging between cells in our body and our environment. And so there may be vaccines where nanoparticle exosomes are used. Endosomes are within the cell, exosomes are outside. I don't think we can get endosomes outside of the cell. We'd have to destroy the cell. So that's why they mentioned exosomes. It does mention that these can be cytotoxic, meaning they can cause cell death, apoptosis, but they show excellent biocompatibility. So what can go wrong? And are biased towards tumors. So they're thinking about targeting these toward cancers. So if you're going to die anyway of cancer, maybe it's okay to take one of these vaccines. Anyway, there is a new drug coming out from Pfizer called Monopiravir. And what it does, it mutates the virus. So rather than being a vaccine, it basically, instead of kill the virus like Secreatry would do with herpes viruses, it will cause the viruses to produce and mutate. And most mutations cause air catastrophe, which causes the virus to die. But there are times where viruses will survive a mutation, and the rest is history and evolution. So I am very skeptical about putting anything in my blood system. That's all I have to say at this point, or taking any red pills. Okay, so that is about, I don't know why I put this in here. Let me go through there. These are cases of COVID. That's useless. In Japan, antivirals were allowed in Japan on August 13th. Ivermectin, I could get it down in Mexico for $5 a box down there without a prescription, but hell, Japan's now allowed you to buy it in Japan, and you can get it without a prescription, and all this is great. So let's see what happened when antivirals were introduced in Japan. Oh, they were introduced where this big blue arrow was. That's where it was introduced. Now, after that big blue arrow, COVID went up way, way high, because that was around the time of the Olympics. And then you notice it went to 0. So, and ivermectin has been prescribed 7 billion times, 7 billion prescriptions without any complications. There have been a few deaths, but those people were going to die of liver disease. They already had it in advanced stages. So anyway, this just shows, the incidence of Japan, which was very low, then went up and then came down to 0 again. So These are the VAERS counts, the death counts and complications vaccines. The COVID vaccines have more complications than all vaccines in the past combined. This is from our own government reporting this. Right now, it is estimated that only 1% to 10% of people that are having complications from the COVID vaccines even report. I've been told that the website you go to report it is so difficult to use that nobody in the healthcare industry wants to use it. A lot of health companies don't want their nurses to go to report it because it takes too much of their valuable time and paycheck to do it. So maybe it's 5% of all complications even get reported. And they know in men don't report anything. Men don't even like going to the doctors. So this has got to be way more than the 500,000 that have already been reported in complications. I'm pretty sure it's way more. Okay. This is Dr. Mike Eden. He was the VP of Pfizer. He started his own company, which got sold for $320 million. And he's one person who's come out and said you should never take an mRNA virus. This is the inventor of the PCR test, I think it's called. Yeah, and he said you should never have used the PCR test to test for COVID, the virus, because you can find almost anything in anybody with this test. It doesn't tell you that you're sick. So a lot of people are coming forward and not, most of this stuff is deleted on social media, but it is interesting that the head of Twitter just resigned. Jack Dorsey, I think he's seeing the writing on the wall. The MIT Technology Review, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, probably the top college in the world for technology, at least one of them reported that there is a possibility that this COVID virus was engineered in Wuhan. So there you go, another breakthrough. Okay, another research found out that vaccinated are just as likely to spread Delta variant within households as unvaccinated. And vaccinated people also spread the Delta variant. So anyway, Chris Martinson's a PhD in toxicology. He's also a financial advisor, has a great website called Peak Prosperity. Okay, this is an interesting thing I think Gail sent me. Pfizer CEO says people who spread misinformation on COVID vaccines are criminals. And yet it turns out that the largest fraudulent settlement in the US was Pfizer with $2.3 billion settlement. So are you going to believe Pfizer? Or are you going to believe Alexa and that kitty cat who found out that Pfizer is the biggest offender? Now, there was a bigger case, GlaxoSmithKline. Again, this was false claims. And then if you look at J&J, Johnson & Johnson, Merck at the bottom, they all had huge fraudulent settlements. And this just goes down the line. There's AstraZeneca, Pfizer again. Oh my God, Pfizer's got a lot. So does AstraZeneca. Okay, and as I mentioned, vaccine companies cannot be sued for injuries, death, suffering, or fraud associated with vaccines. And it's been rare that the US government gives aids to people that have suffered. Okay, so that's just a CNBC news item. You can't sue Pfizer and Moderna. The government's not likely to compensate you for damage either. All this information is from the mainstream press. It is not from QAnon. Also, this is from the Moderna website. They do not call their COVID treatment, a vaccine. They call it an operating system. I would not want Moderna or Bill Gates to be designing my operating system, that's for sure. Okay. They call it the software of light. They call it a gene therapy, but it's not a gene therapy. It's a treatment. It's an altercation. It is an alteration of your genes. It is not a therapy. I don't go to massage therapy and get jabbed, I'll tell you that. Okay, vaccine ingredients. I won't go through this, but they're made with fetal cells. So you can go to different medical websites to read all this. You know, there's a big issue for Catholics because they don't want anything to do with aborted baby cancerous fetal cells, which is basically what it is. So that's how they grow viruses. So you can go to different university websites and read this. There's also a new vaccine called a vector virus. I think the vector virus is also gene therapy, that's known. But theoretically, I read the first paper on this in 1989 from a oncologist and virologist who gave me his paper. And the idea was that you can attach part of a gene to a virus, and then you would use a highly contagious virus, like the Wuhan virus, to contaminate all the cells in the body, and all the cells would invade all the cells, and then inject the correct sequence of DNA. If you had sickle cell, or if you had muscular dystrophy, you can inject those viruses and they would correct your gene sequence. And that would be great. If I had sickle cell, and I have a friend who does, or if I had muscular dystrophy and I have my sister's ex-husband has it, I would like to get a cure. So I might be willing to take a virus to get me cured. So anyway, this is Dr. Robert Malone, the inventor of the mRNA vaccine technology, with Dr. Bert Weinstein, a PhD in evolutionary biology. And in this discussion, they mentioned the spike protein is cytotoxic, that it goes and invades the brain and other tissues. That these mRNA virus vaccines should never have been used. There's a danger of those causing Alzheimer's again through prion disease. I'm done. Okay, I just want to repeat what Mark Twain said: history does not repeat itself, but it does rhyme. And I'll just leave you with another saying: against the ruin of the world, there's only one defense, the creative act. Kenneth Rexroth. Okay, so there we are. I'm sorry this was so long.
Well, next time we have you speak, Tom, we're going to make it a workshop.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I'm not going to speak next time.
A great information,
yeah.
Just a ton of great information. Amazing information. I mean, people can come back to this recording and pull up those slides if they want to really dive into some of this information that you presented to me.
And we'll see if this gets me thrown off of tag. That is quite a possibility from what I hear.
No way, Jose, you're not getting thrown off of tag. We need you.
We'll see. Yeah. There may be some complaints. I don't know. No. I'm just an armchair. I'm just the armchair philosopher. I'm just the piano player. Don't shoot the piano player.
Well, I know, but there was one point where I thought you could have tied the Neptune opposition, Neptune in the US chart, with all the drugs and the lies that are being told.
That was in my mind. I just didn't, I just didn't do it. But boy, that was in the back of my mind. Yeah. The deception, delusions, whatever it is. Rudolf Steiner, the famous clairvoyant, basically said that there was a subspecies of human, they're not human yet, that have influenced humans to do stupid things in the past. He said that 40 humans during World War I is what set off World War I, their bad decisions. So I'm not saying that our leaders are possessed or anything, but there are thought forms out there, and they're thought forms from our past histories that are like clouds of thoughts that may be influencing our behaviors, our past thoughts of our past civilizations. In some occult literature, they're called, huh? Yeah, Dale, or who's talking? They're called egregores. They actually have a term for that, which are clouds of human emotion, thoughts, etc. I don't know, but that's a interesting statement that he made.
Well, Tom, I thought that was amazing.
Ah.
I mean, it was a lot of information,
Yeah, I'm
but
sorry
look
it
how
went
many
so
people,
long.
look how many people stayed on.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
surprised by that,
oh,
actually.
yeah, a lot of them are doing different things, but I want to thank my clients for hanging in. We've been
Yeah,
doing this for 5.5, almost 6 hours or 5 hours, you know.
yeah. I'm
So
so sorry
but
about that. Yeah.
information was so compelling and so interesting. I really appreciate your research. And I'd kind of like to, since all three of us are here, the speakers, I kind of want to wrap up the day. And what I was thinking about doing is just kind of looking at the U.S. chart, even not bringing in more charts, but you know, the couple of aspects that transits that the U.S. is having, and doing kind of a condensed interpretation of that, just between the three of us, just for a second.
Okay.
Does that sound good, Dale? Are you good
That's
with that?
good. Yes. Sounds
Is that okay?
good, yeah.
But
So
why don't you and Tom do that? Because what I'd like to do is take about 1 minute and add some things that I didn't say before.
Okay, great.
well,
And
I'll start.
yeah, and Susie, if people want to chime in, by all means do, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So I'll start. What I just wanted to get the information out, and the main things that's happening with the U.S. is one is the Pluto return, the infamous Pluto return. As we're looking at that, what the all these different cultures that fell, Rome and UK and Great Britain and all that. So the Pluto return is really about transformation, about letting go of the old, coming up with a new. And remember, I was talking about the last few degrees, couple degrees of a sign is the sludge.
Yeah.
And I've really seen that kind of physically, and Pluto is what is like 28 degrees in the US's chart or something?
Yes.
It's right.
Yeah.
It's right at the very tail end. So that's absolutely the sludge. And my feeling is that Capricorn sludge is sludgier than other sludge. I mean, that's kind of yucky stuff. So it's death of the old that's holding everything down in control, and rebirth of the new, especially combined with these wonderful transits in 25 and 26. I loved how all of us were in sync, even though none of us really said, what are you going to write about or what are you going to do? We all kind of focused on the same thing.
Yeah.
So I really love that. The other thing that the U.S.'s chart does is happening is the Jupiter and Neptune and Jupiter conjunction in Pisces 23, as we all know now, is opposing the U.S.'s Neptune 23 Virgo. So the positive part of that is Dale, was so lovely said. It's spiritual healing.
Yeah.
Jupiter and Neptune, the ideal in Pisces is really joy and love and compassion and healing. Right now, the challenge part of Jupiter and Neptune is excessive drugs. How many people during the pandemic are getting drunk, or becoming more addicted, or mental health?
Yeah, that's what Dale mentioned. Yeah.
And mental health, an increase in addictions, Jupiter and Neptune conjunct in Pisces, and fear, rampant fear. Also, what is the truth and what is not the truth? There's an illusion. There's truth on the main media and there's lies. There's truth on alternative media and there's lies. So you have to be really selective in figuring out what is your personal truth. And so those are the two main things that are happening, the Pluto return and then the Jupiter and Neptune opposing the Virgo. And so is the Virgo trying to control all of these illusions or whatever? So at any rate, those are the two big transits, and I kind of want to just open that up to Dale or Tom, just to kind of focus on those. You want to say something, Dale?
You go ahead. You go ahead, Tom. I have something to say. That's
Yeah, I don't have anything to say because I think you've said it really well, and so does Dale. And I'd rather hear from Dale. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was a fantastic summary you just did, Susie. But there were some things that I wanted to add. I kind of edited myself, but two very important things that I wanted to say was, first off, Jupiter is the traveler, the ultimate traveler. What are they saying? You need a passport, a vaccine passport. So if they can't get this thing in, maybe this is wishful thinking. And by the way, you put your index finger over Jupiter, over Saturn. That's Jupiter over Saturn. If you want good luck, don't do it the other way. That means you want Saturn to take away your good luck. Index finger over Saturn. That is how to cross your fingers. That's the prayer. You do it the wrong way, and you're like,
so is this Saturn? Is this Saturn?
Index, yes, that's Saturn. That's exactly.
Somehow I think that's perfect. It's Saturn.
Jupiter is always pointing. It's like, you are wonderful. And Saturn is like, I judge you otherwise. Yeah. So
that's funny.
So that's the prayer. Whenever you want to pray, cross your fingers, Jupiter over Saturn for good luck. And because the index finger is shorter, you have to make the stretch. Jupiter says, make the stretch, it'll be worth it. Okay, so that said, the fact that they are saying it's a passport, and Jupiter is confined horribly, and ever since the conjunction of Jupiter conjunct Saturn at the beginning of Aquarius, it's like the traveler, it has been confined. How many people have gotten stuck somewhere? You know, it's like, I'm stuck in the airport, or Bill Meridian was stuck for months in another country. So I think that possibly when Jupiter gets into Pisces, that the passports are going to just, you know, that whole thing's just going to go. There will be no passports, and people will just go wherever they're going to go willy-nilly, like Pisces style. So I wanted to say that. Also, in terms of how the Amish, you know, forget all this modern technology, the TVs and the smartphones that tells everybody that this is the reality. The Amish, when COVID came around in March, the Amish get together and they have communion wine, and they drink out of the same cup. So everybody got sick, everybody got well, and they prospered. So the whole idea here with the Jupiter, Neptune and Pisces is to sidetrack the insanity. Get away from it. Stay away from it. Go around it. Another thing is Jupiter, traditionally, there was an astrologer, she wrote for the Washington Post in the 70s, and she said Jupiter is the planet of the Republicans, Saturn is the planet of the Democrats, because their mascot, the Republicans, is an elephant, big animal, doesn't work in this country. And the Democrats used to be, you know, Party of Labor, beast of burden. So with Jupiter going into a Jupiter-ruled sign, this is the end of the Democrats. December, I think it was December 8th of 2019, the Saturn-Pluto conjunction was on the Secret Businessman's Conference. And there was the Democratic Party has now become the party of the plutocrats. And
yeah, if I could say one thing, I did a test of what my political persuasion was, and there are a lot of tests you can take. I'm 88% socialist, I'm 67% Democrat, I'm 43% Republican. And yet I don't feel like a Democrat anymore. And I don't really feel quite like a socialist. I'm really disgusted with the party that I belonged to all my life. It's terrible.
The Democrats used to be under FDR. He said that there are 4 freedoms that the Democrats stand for, the old Democrats. Freedom of religion. So the new Democrats don't let you go to church. Freedom of speech. Are you allowed to say anything on the internet, etc.? Freedom from want. In other words, looking out for the poor rather than having all the money go to the rich. And freedom from fear. So the Democrats of new are nothing at all like the Democrats of FDR, JFK era. Another thing I wanted to say here is about the Mars retrograde, the progressed Mars retrograde in the US chart. I believe it was Ray Merriman said that starting at that point, the United States will never win a war again, and they haven't. And, you know, and so they won't win another war. And then the other thing that I'm sure all of you know, but it wasn't said today, so I'll say it, is that it's been known for centuries in astrology that if a country goes to war when Mars retrograde, they will either lose or they will greatly regret it. So with the Mars retrograde at the end of the year, there, you know, it has been talked in terms of the fourth turning and whatever that we're going to have a war, and it's like U.S. will lose. So I wanted to get those points in.
Dale, can I interrupt?
Oh no, you're not interrupting. That's all I wanted to say.
Every country that's went to war against Afghanistan, they call Afghanistan the death of empires. It happened to France. It happened to Russia. It happened to, you know, England, etc. It's the death of empires if you go, whatever reason. But that's not Democrat, Republican, or anything. It's just what it is. Yeah.
Well, here's a fun bit of trivia. The vice president, she hired a PR firm from Canada, and the name of the PR firm was Sinking Ship Productions.
Oh, God.
You know, is this a good omen for our country or what?
One other thing to consider, and that I was noticing, you know, because it's been in the news, weather reports say go out and look at the comet. You know, the comet Leonard has been very prominent. It is very prominent right now, and it's coinciding with the eclipse, the Venus conjunct Pluto, quite a few of these transits. Anybody got anything to say about the comet at this time?
I haven't researched it myself. I don't know. Yeah.
It's adding to awareness. It's adding to shaking up the crystallizations. It's adding to maybe some chaos or some enlightenment. But comets are harbingers of change.
Yes.
Gail, you said about a comet, but I have not kept up on the news and I haven't heard about that. You said it was Leonard, like somebody's—
Yes, Comet Leonard, named by our an astronomer at the U of A, and it's quite prominent in the sky, or over this past week. It's near Arcturus, or just below Arcturus. It's a green tail to it. It's going to be ending its period of where we could see it in the morning sky around 4 a.m. and it's going to be showing up in the evening sky, but it'll be so close to the horizon that it probably won't be so visible as it has been in the morning sky.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to look it up.
There's another thing about what you were talking about here when you were talking about crossing an eclipse path. And basically, what I'm thinking is the more planets that are in Pisces, the more chaotic things get, and the whole idea of natural catastrophes, particularly involving all the nuclear reactors that are around the world, and the whole issue of you know, like when things get flooded, things get bad. You know, we can think of Fukushima. So I just wanted to throw that into the, oh my God, you know, what else could happen?
Yeah, you know, I don't know the future of nuclear fusion. For the last 40 years, I've been hearing, oh, it's only 10 years away. You know, it's always 10 years away. But the other source of energy is thorium. It's like uranium, but it doesn't melt down. It still has the problem of storage. And I think it's a last resort for energy, but I would like to mention that China is building their first thorium nuclear reactor. And I think they may have, I know China's going to be building 23 new nuclear reactors. The richest source of thorium is India. The second richest is the US. Anyway, I don't know what our energy future is. I'm hoping there's going to be a new breakthrough somewhere. Theoretically, with solar panels, they're thinking that using a quantum theory that they could increase the output power by 4 times. That's from MIT, I believe. I used to subscribe to the MIT journal, and I stopped doing that because a lot of the stuff they claim never came to pass. But you know, I'm hoping for some, you know, new breakthroughs once Uranus enters Gemini.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments? Say, let me see. Oh, David Kersey, not Tyrus, says a marathon of astrology to end an epic year of changes. Thank you all. Thank you all for your hard work. Things will tumble to smooth the edges and all of us. Be beautiful, be happy, New Year. Thanks. Thanks, Tyrus. Anybody else got a comment, anything in chat? I haven't seen anything. It's a shame when we're all together, you know. It seems like it's so much fun having us all here. I can see practically everybody. Anybody want to unmute yourself or say anything? Anybody want to? Lizzie says, great information, much to ponder. Anybody else?
I just want to say thank you to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being on here. All right, Patty, thank you. Tons of info. Yep.
Thank you very much for inviting me to listen to the whole conversation. It was very informational. Thank you again, Gail. Thank you. I will talk to you soon.
Thank you, Diane.
I was going to make sure I was here for the whole thing, not just part of it.
Wow.
Thank you.
You're amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great, great, Diane. Anybody else? Kata Mapes left a comment in the chat ages ago and was wondering if the currency might be returned to being backed by gold. I don't think there's much chance of that, do you, Tom?
Well, if gold was to be our currency, it would have to be valued at $30,000. And that is because, no, it's because the assets of the world have gone up. There's more flat screen TVs, more electric cars, more yachts, more this, more that, more homes, more this. And, you know, in the past, like before Nixon took us off the gold standard, our gold standard was only fractional. I think we only had like 1/5 the gold to back. It was only a fractional reserve system. And so that's the question, whether it could ever return. I think a lot of people think it could and some don't. And I'm not a financial person, so.
Well, can I say something here?
Yeah.
What I think is coming is fluidity. So in terms of Jupiter making a shower of gold out of nothing, I think it's going to be local currencies. And Tom, I don't know whether you're familiar at all with Catherine Austin Fitt's work.
I've listened to her from day one, 10 years at least.
Well, yeah. So you know that she's been encouraging communities to create their own economies using their own currency, and I think that's the way around this. And also, I'm seeing basically the U.S. is going to deteriorate back to the way it was before it came together. And there's a great book I think you might like. It's called Greenbacks. and it's about the history of money in the United States, and it's fun and for nerds like you and I. Yeah, I think it's going to be, people are going to create their local currencies and barter and do sharing, whatever, because if it's grid controlled, if electricity is controlled and the grid goes down, you know, and they pull the plug on the grid, you can't do that. And there's only,
yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, but I'd like to say.
and there's no Earth, you know, and the Earth signs, when we had the Earth signs, we had, you know, solidity backing the finances. So I think it's going to be, people are just going to imaginatively come up with their own money, and it's going to work in their communities. That's the way this worked before. It would be like, you know, the Bank of Pennsylvania would accept their notes, but not the Bank of Ohio, and vice versa. So I think that's where the hope lies, is in communities and people coming together. I really do.
Yeah. My concern about money in general is, you know, with China having their social credit scores, meaning if you criticize anybody, you can't get a home loan or whatever. With programmable money, which is what Bitcoin is kind of called, there's nothing that says that a government-controlled cryptocurrency or a Fed coin or whatever you want to call it, that they couldn't say, well, we didn't like what you did, so we're going to deduct $10,000 out of your account. And, oh, you said the F word, we're going to deduct $1 every time you say the bad word, you know, on the internet or whatever. So, I mean, I'm fine with the F word, you know, getting a fine and having to put stuff in the Treasury cookie jar, but I'm not fine with when I can't criticize my own leaders, you know, or whatever else. So that's, I think, what I'm concerned about with Bitcoin was a great idea. Don't get me wrong. I still don't know quite how it'll work. Frank knows more about that with blockchain technology and contracts. But yes, I honestly don't know where it's going. Yeah, if the internet goes down, you're screwed. Yeah.
Well, I do think that we are very, very gradually going into the Aquarian age, right? And this, even Saturn square Uranus, Uranus is Aquarius, Saturn is the Capricorn, the old. So we're going into a new phase, and Aquarius is really community. It really is. I love what you were saying, Dale, as far as communities having their own economy. And this is a community. We've got our tag community, you know, and you know, for basically talking intense astrology for 5 hours, we still have some people. Caroline, my wonderful friend, client, is, maybe she's asleep now. She's on the East Coast, but at least I think she's still here. So, I mean, it really shows how, to me, how hungry I am for community. I mean, nothing like lockdown. And then when we get opened up, it was like, and we found community. I've done so many different Zoom communities. I'm involved with several different communities in Tucson that I had really hadn't been before. And I think it's come out of such a hunger and a need for community. And here we have a hunger for our astrology community. And these are our meetings now. And in a way, it's kind of cool because we have people that can come over from all around the world. We had a lot. We wouldn't have had, you know, 50 or 60 people if we would have been over in our little location, you know. I mean, so there's been a lot of positive things out of it. So in the last little bit going into this 25-26 phase, with all the slow planets changing into amazing signs, we are right at the very edge of letting go of this old paradigm. It's like an old era, an old phase going into a new phase. And you know, the Aquarian age is not going to start with a little ding bell, ding, 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 it's the Aquarian age, everybody. It's going to start with the world global revolution. And we are in a global revolution. We really are. So it's about freedom versus totalitarianism, as far as I can see. And if, you know, whether it's money, whether it's the vaccine, I mean, you name it. you know, and so they're just fill in the blank. So it really is freedom. So that's why having our voice, you know, the book that I wrote, the Future of the United States, it's written in the stars. I realized that it was we the people. We the people are in charge. And, you know, I wrote this book, and I'm used to writing astrology books, you know, Aries to Pisces, and I'm done. There's really no plot. So then I had to like, oh my God, I have to end this sucker. How am I going to do it? You know? And so then I thought, well, Aquarius, we're going into the Aquarian age. And I just brainstormed on Aquarius keywords. Independence. Oh, I'll read the Declaration of Independence. Well, that was it. And that led to the, you know, the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. And who were in charge of all of them? We the people. So really, and who, if Aquarius is anything, it's we the people. So it's grassroots. Remember I talked about grassroots collaboration or cooperation? That's we the people. So we need to have a voice. Whatever we're passionate about, we need to be passionate about. And this is the very beginning. So we're in the sludge. We're in this old Capricorn sludge before the Aquarius kicks in. That's why looking at these 3 planets going into positive signs, you know, Uranus goes into Gemini. That's like brilliance. That's going to be like, oh my God, I understand, right? And Neptune going into Aries. Wow, I mean, the Neptune is associated with Pisces. So it's kind of like, to me, it's like feeling like lazy and it's in its own sign to have to do anything. Then it goes into Aries. Well, got to go forward. Look how much it learned from Neptune and Pisces that it's going to implement in Aries. Especially with that Uranus and Gemini. And then really the kicker to the whole thing is Pluto in Aquarius. What? For 20 years, 21 years. That's enough for Pluto to become an adult, right? Pluto and Aquarius. So we've got Gemini, we've got Aries, Gemini, and Aquarius. Aries, let's move forward fast. Gemini, oh, I've got a great idea, I can do it. And Aquarius is like, anything is possible, guys. As long as we work together, we can do all of these ideas. So that's where we're headed. And it was so cool that we all talked about that. You know, I thought, well, I can't end in 2022, not when this cool beginning is going to be starting here. So, you know, in my mind, since we're astrologers and we can look at the big picture, I choose to look at kind of where we're headed. And just know that this is kind of the end of this phase and it'll work itself out. As long as I have a voice, we the people, the new beginning will happen. It will happen. So I'm focusing on the new beginning and not so much about, you know, how screwed up it is. I love knowing this is Saturn. But somehow that just like is so perfect. Saturn, Capricorn, yeah. To me, that was the giggle of the whole day. You know, that was good. Yeah. So I'm going to be focusing on the future. You know, and their future is fantastic. I mean, more than we can imagine. All this Aries, Gemini, and Aquarius energy, that's excitability, stimulation, all ultimate possibility. I mean, it couldn't get any better. So we just have to get from here to there. That's all. So it was nice to see that with what you guys brought up. I mean, I just did bullet points. See, I'm a bullet point astrologer. You guys go in depth. Yes, we need both, right?
And I'm in the ozone. That's where I am. I must say that when I was looking for keywords for Neptune in Aries, the one that blew my mind was activism and incandescence. I love, and that was from a business astrologer who used those words. I just love incandescence.
Say those again.
Activism.
Say that again.
Activism, social activism, and incandescence, light.
Light.
Yeah.
So it's like lighting the light.
Yeah.
Really like striking a match. Really.
Tapping into a new form of energy. You know, that's what we've got to do.
Yeah. I think Neptune rules oil, so maybe it'll rule another type of energy in the future. Maybe the ocean's energy. Yeah.
They have tried that. Turning
Yes,
the
yeah.
ocean,
It works.
tidal movements and energy.
Uh-huh.
But yes, thank you, Susie, for your positivity.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Wow, I needed today. This was really wonderful to spend this time with you guys. And I love being an astrologer and because astrologers are really smart. I mean, you know, all the research you did, Tom and Dale, I mean, we go back decades. And I love being an astrologer because this is what happens when you go to astrology conferences. You hang out till 2 a.m. Talking these amazing concepts with minds that are just brilliant. So I love being an astrologer because we're all pretty smart, you know.
We had that Tyrus before he left, he made a comment in the chat about, gee, wouldn't it be great for just, you know, a free Zoom once a month to we could get together and talk about a topic. I mean, I can tell that we love to get together and talk about what's going on astrologically once a month. And so we can get to that positive idea about that we can look forward to a future that's got something more than this, what can appear pretty bleak, but or just remind ourselves that are miracles happening all the time. Which one of you, Dale or Tom? I mean, you have that. There's that perspective. Wasn't one of your quotes, Tom, about the miracles are happening all the time versus
No,
that was Dale. Yeah.
yeah, that was Albert Einstein,
Ah,
Sun in Pisces, and he said everything is a miracle or nothing is a miracle. And the time that we're moving in, I think the people that realize that everything is a miracle will prosper, and the people that don't, you know, there's a saying in war, there are no atheists in foxholes, and there have been, you know, a record number of people that have turned to atheism. And I think there's going to be a big resurgence in the midst of all the chaos, that people are going to find whatever the spirituality is that speaks to them.
You realize that we really are all one, and that if we listen, there is something that's presenting exactly what we're asking for all the time. I mean, that's answering us, that if we just listen, pay attention, that answer is right there for us, or what we need is right there. If we can stay out of fear. Yeah, there's Lorian. Everything is a miracle. Yes, everything. This life is a miracle. This planet is a miracle.
Yeah,
So
it starts with birth. I'll never forget, you know, the first time you hear about where babies come from, it's like, no, you're kidding. No, that's impossible. And it's like, no, that's the first miracle.
Trust. Okay. Anybody? Frank, did you have something to say, or were you just? So I think we're about wrapped up. I don't know. I'm gonna.
I think this is a good wrap up time. It was an awesome marathon day. It was really great. Thank you so much, fellow presenters, and Gail always, and Frank. Yeah, and everybody that hung in there. This has been 5 hours and 15 minutes. So I really appreciate everybody's diligence.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank everybody and say happy solstice. So,
thank you.
Yes.
And I'll just jump away.
Yeah, the comet, the Saturn Uranus square, the solstice. Woohoo!
Great. It's been good. Okay, guys, I think we're good.
Thanks, Susie.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Caroline. You were so awesome to be here all this time, dear. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Susie, Tom, Dale.
Bye.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Gail. Thanks.